Раз.
Тут? Шановні гості, просимо заходити до зали.
Everyone. We have 280 participants registered, but I take it that due to harsh weather conditions, everyone is not here yet. But I would like to mention that we are in a safe place right now. So, in case of air raid alerts, we do not have to finish our event or we do not have to put a stop to it. And if there is a power cut, we will switch to generators. Before we start, I would like to announce a minute of silence in order to honor those killed during the full scale invasion.
Ще не вмерла України ні слава, ні воля. Ще нам, браття українці, усміхнеться доля. Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці, запануєм і ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
Світ втратив стабільність. Те, що було певністю, стало викликом. Світова економіка трансформується.
The global economy is transforming swiftly, inconsistently. Today, international trade is not about volumes, but about resilience, about the ability to adjust swiftly and to act where others stop or hesitate, and to fulfill your commitment in uncertain conditions. Of course, Ukraine is going through the war, and such changes they are closely connected with the energy issues, new access to markets, but despite all the challenges, Ukrainian exports are still underway. The structure of the export is transforming. The complexity of Ukrainian products is also increasing, and in recent 5 years, the share of the total exports has been the biggest. The share of the total volumes of export is also increasing. It means that the policy made in Ukraine brings results. This is the policy that incentivizes businesses to contribute to the high quality, and ECA supported exports totaling 10 million hryvnias, which is 40% more than last year. In 2025, businesses received almost 1.37 billion hryvnias worth credits and loans. It means that there are another 37 successful cases. ECA does its best to make such complex financial instruments and tools accessible and available for Ukrainian businesses. ECA is transforming, is being digitized. We are forming the center, the support center for Ukrainian exports, which aims at achieving results so that products made in Ukraine are recognizable and competitive on the international arena. Thank you very much, dear friends, for your attention. I would like to give the floor to the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, Alexei Sobolev. Dear colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you for gathering at our event. It is a pleasure to welcome you at the Export Credit Forum. We, as the government, badly need dialogue and additional experts. Our country is working under unprecedented challenges when the global economy is transforming, when new financial and trade restrictions emerge. Last year, people again learned about what trade duties were and how everything regarding this affects our reality and how to work in this reality. In this reality, export is one of the key drivers of recovery and resilience. Last year was unfortunately challenging despite the general growth of economy by 2%. Our export has decreased by 3%, which is unfortunately very different from the indicators of the year 2021. It is related to logistical restrictions, to the challenges caused by the war, to the fact that some of the enterprises are very close to the front line. But despite all these challenges, we have to carry on our work. Without exports, our growth is not possible. And this is the responsibility of the Ukrainian manufacturers, financial institutions that have to offer financial tools, and also the state that have to support manufacturers. For the government, it is important so that Ukrainian exporters feel and receive the support. At the same time, we are not talking about the exports growth as such, but about the changes in the structure. Our main priority is the non-raw material exports. It is a big pleasure for me to see the logo Made in Ukraine, which is one of the key tasks of the policy. Everyone remembers the pictures of the grain at the Polish border, or the pictures of the destroyed infrastructure by the Russian Federation. So it is about the fact that we have to learn to export higher value products in smaller amounts. Unfortunately, restrictions will remain, and we should export not wood as the raw material, but furniture, for example. We have to open new niches both in Asia and Africa across the world. And for this, we have the Export Credit Agency. We are expanding its its duties, powers. It seems to me that last year this forum saw a success. In 2025, ECA supported 40 billion hryvnias worth exports, but it is not enough still. We have to achieve even more. The ECA plays a key role in boosting non-raw material exports. That is why we are working together with this agency in order to make the tools accessible both for businesses and exporters. We want the ECA to be a comprehensible institution so that Ukrainian exporters can feel that level of support which countries in the developed, which companies in developed countries have. When it comes to risk insurance, the ECA is also effective the coordination with the National Bank, with the International Financial Institution, the buyer's credit. We know our priority, our direction. The country has to be supporting our exporters so that they can enter new markets. That is why our today's forum is about practical solutions. I would be grateful if you could ask particular questions and set particular tasks to the ECA and to the government so that we can support you as best we can. So that at the end of our forum, we have a list of questions or points to consider. So thank you very much. I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alexei. And currently, I would like to give the floor to the regional director of the World Bank for Eastern countries. Bob, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It's great to be here with you today, and I want to thank the Minister, Mr. Ashav. Thank you for inviting us today. The World Bank is your partner, and we are pleased to be with you, and especially on a topic that is so important. Exports, as you know, are critical for the economy today in Ukraine and essential for the economy of the future. Not only what you're doing today, but Ukraine has even more enormous export potential. But realizing this comparative advantage in global markets, even though it's going to be one of the defining priorities of the post-war recovery, it doesn't mean that it's going to be naturally a success. We know that there are issues to be handled. We know that there are reforms to be made. In recent meetings with the private sector, I've been struck by how many Ukrainian products already compete internationally, though often they are embedded in global value chains and brand exports, sometimes without being duly recognized as being Ukrainian. And that's something also that I think can be changed. Since the invasion, Ukraine's export reorientation towards the EU and other international markets has accelerated, thanks to the DCFTA and the autonomous trade measures, and to you in this room. This does present a historic opportunity, although, as I said before, success is not automatic. It requires coordinated action and reforms in 3 areas, and I think these are the topics that bring you together today and what you're going to be listening to today. There are 3 areas that we particularly focus on for reform. First is aligning product standards with EU norms. Secondly, is expanding access to export credit and war risk insurance. And thirdly, is strengthening the firm level support through institutions such as the Export Credit Agency, the Business Development Fund, EEPO, and others. With these actions, export competitiveness will be the cornerstone of sustainable private sector-led growth in Ukraine's economy of the future. Supporting exports, especially SMEs who are doing exports, has been a central pillar of the World Bank's work here in Ukraine for more than 2 decades. This support has delivered close to $1 billion over the years, including during these extremely challenging wartime conditions. But in addition to the financing that we've provided, we also provide extensive technical assistance to strengthen the legal and institutional framework of the Export Credit Agency, including the adoption of the law in 2022, the establishment of the independent corporate governance, and participation in the independent supervisory board member selection. All of these governance and the institutional frameworks are critical elements to provide that transparency, to provide the comfort, to provide the credibility, which you do have. At the same time, we are also looking at how to enable export markets even more as going forward. And we do this now through the RISE Program for Results, $600 million, which is a joint World Bank IFC operation, where we are focusing on resilient, inclusive, and sustainable private sector-led recovery, especially looking at SMEs, and improving the business environment and the G2B digital services, and directly enabling access to export markets. Through this, and again, we are, from the World Bank's perspective, we have shifted over the last couple of years to where we are working on a performance-based. And so we are looking at 20,000 SMEs supported, 40,000 jobs being created, of which 40% are for women, $1 billion in private capital mobilized, and $300 million in additional exports. And how is this going to happen? We are particularly focused on the adoption and implementation of the new ECA strategy, the development of the new risk insurance products, including war-related risks, and integrating environmental sustainability into the ECA policies and procedures. All of this supports the government's agenda to harmonize product quality, safety, energy efficiency, and sustainability standards with the EU. The one particular area is around war risk, which I know is often on your minds as well. We welcome the recent cabinet decision to extend the ECA mandate to support war risk coverage for SMEs through a state compensation mechanism. And the World Bank stands ready to continue partnering with the government and ECA to help build a sustainable war risk insurance mechanism with strong participation from the private sector and international reinsurers. In closing, Ukraine exporters, you and others, have already shown the resilience, adaptability, and the global competitiveness, not only on the actual exporting, but on the credit side that brings you here today. With the right policies, the institutions, and the risk mitigation tools in place, exports can become a powerful engine of recovery and long-term growth. The World Bank remains a committed partner in this journey of reforms, action, and the economy of the future. We are here for you. Thank you.
Dear participants of the forum, I will not be taking up much of your time. We have a very important participant of the first panel, so I would like to give the floor to the moderator of the first panel, Yuri Povarov, the head of the organizational committee of the Economic Forum. Thank you, Ruslan. Hello, everyone. And we will have Taras Kachka online with us, who is the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Is he with us? Okay, then let us know when he joins us. We will not be waiting for him, but I would like to give the floor and invite to the stage Yehor Perlehin, the Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. Do we have the Raskachka? Okay, then Olga Batova, CEO of the FE Group, and Taras, where are you? We want to see you. Greetings, Taras. Thank you for joining the Export Credit Forum. I know that you are limited in time, so if I may, I will ask two questions right away. The first one is very brief. Which one biggest change in global economy have you seen? What should we bring our focus to in such turbulent times, especially after Davos? And the second question is, which changes do you foresee in Ukrainian policy, in Ukrainian export policy on our way to the European Union? Your questions are very interesting. Thank you. I'm sorry for joining you online. I'm always here with you. I am happy to have such a tradition as conducting the Export Credit Forum. I believe that all news that we are reading now is very exotic. The world is radically evolving, but I believe that we feel more competitive. Why? Because we can see that the global trade becomes uncertain, new restrictions, administrative restrictions, restrictions, Euro-Atlantic restrictions emerge, many things that are happening very fast or they are not happening at all. There are new changes to the free trade agreement. This is a new reality, and we do understand it that tomorrow things might turn for the worse, and I would like to mention that we launched the operations of the Export Credit Agency during the wartime, which allowed us to ensure financing for the enterprises during the war. Because for Ukrainians, all the news that we've been reading is not something extraordinary. What happens next? Everyone is wondering. From my point of view, actually, I already said it in media that we are going to swiftly enter the European Union. It might sound far-fetched, but I believe that we have to be ready for it. Of course, it requires finalizing the reforms in a fast way. Also, it means that we will have new trade routes that the European Union has, for example, the ones with India and others. For us, it is also an opportunity to cooperate more and more deeply with the European Union. And the better we fulfill our commitments, the better and the more we would be able to cooperate with appealing partners. The next decade will see more progress in our integration into the European Union. That is why we need financial products. We have to work in compliance with European production standards. There are two draft laws that have already been adopted and endorsed, and hopefully in February we will pass them. All of us understand that there isn't a magic bullet. I believe that you will admit that this area has evolved a lot in our country. I hope that you use the support that is provided to you. Thank you.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you so much. Speaking of our EU accession, we always perceived it as an open door, new opportunities, but we do understand it that there are many barriers as well. The economic policy of the European Union is supposed to protect their domestic producers using standards, quotas. Which barriers do you see? How can the government support businesses in combating these barriers for businesses to enter new European markets? So, what is your take on this? We cannot hear you. Yes, now we can. Let us look courageously into the future. Of course, everyone and every country protects their manufacturers. Ukraine does the same, and Ukrainian economy managed to survive even in such turbulent times in emergencies. And you know, we received support that we needed. We survived and even boosted the production of agricultural products. Currently, we are starting to use the introduction tools, and that is why for us it is important to, these things that are perceived as protectionism from the end of the European Union, we have to consider them as a way to integrate into European markets, because those who focus on quality and compliance with the European Union standards wins. The biggest billion worth export of industrial products is based on the fact that these products are in line with the European standards. All successful cases of Ukrainian exporters are based on the quality of the products and the compliance with the European norms. That is why for us it is important to understand what we produce. It is getting more and more challenging to compete price-wise. If it is beneficial at the very initial stages while entering European markets, but it is also becoming clear that it's better to contribute to higher quality and sell products in the markets with richer clients. We have the shared interest with the European Union. The European Union wants to be autonomous, and it exists in the rhetoric of European politicians. It means often that the European Union needs an important industrial partner, which Ukraine is. That is why we have to focus on industrial products big equipment in Ukraine, which is a great business idea. And again, here we are talking more about financial aspects of the export. So we have to, and the government has to develop, boost the export credit, financial support. For us, it is important that Ukrainian enterprises consider the European Union as a complex, challenging market, but the market where we know how to work at with partners that will help and assist. We should not be afraid because, in recent decade, we have seen that the free trade agreement contributed to all the industries of the economy. But for it, we wouldn't have survived without the experience of trading in the European Union. That is why, in fact, we already have a response from our businesses to all the challenges related to entering the European Union markets. Thank you very much, Taras, for your thoughts, for your insights. You have been in the economic policy for a long time, and you do believe the times when our Western partners did not recommend creating such tools as export credit agency when we didn't have industrial parks, and the economic ideology of the ministry was that all businesses were equal. Yes, we did survive, and currently we have great development tools thanks to your work. Thank you so much for your work, and we are letting you go. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we have Dmytro Kazavchinsky, the CEO of the ClickSAR company. Let us mention a few words about your companies because probably not everyone here is aware of the operations of your company. Hello, everyone. Today, I was going here from Odessa for 4 hours, then 4 hours in Kyiv. The ClickSAR is a family-owned, run company. We are producing the things for gas, boilers, water, all the trucks in Ukraine. We do the ceilings for the trucks. We export our products to more than 80 countries. Our company is a family-run small company. We saw the development of the export in our country, and we started exports when the majority of the countries in the world did not know what Ukraine was. What about your company, Ola? It's really interesting. I do not even remember how many plants we have. We are building 2 plants in industrial spaces. I would like to mention that ClickSAR seals were also a devoted process in Moldova. So, thanks to ClickSAR Sales and Metro Kazavchinsky, we have the uh, proper president. They were checking whether Russia intervened into the Moldova election.
Що таке взагалі
What EFI Group is about, this is Industrial Investment Holding. We believe that our core business and our soft and hard skill, we know how to build plants from scratch in absolutely new spheres in Ukraine. And in such a way, we have built Vidnova plant. Now we built a second one. This is manufacturing, which makes proteins and fats out of wastes of animal farming. This is also about taking care of the environment, because before our plant, they only had veterinary plants, and the waste has been buried, which is negative for the environment. We have built a plant, a recycling plant in Lviv. Now we built another one on Cherkasy, about 82 plus a percent of products are exported, are being exported, and also we have 3 plants in packaging, paper packaging. Once again, this is about recycling, and this is about taking care of the environment. This production operates on waste paper, and most of products are exported. And today we are proud, and we developed the first plant in Ukraine for the flawed glass. This is not about exporting, and yet it's about critical imports. Because regretfully, from the year 2014, after the beginning of the First War, all of the glass which is being brought to Ukraine is manufactured abroad, 100%. And we are losing Ukrainian money. We give it away to the foreign manufacturers. Therefore, this is also the value story to build this plant in order to provide Ukraine with glass. Even today, even our plant will not be enough to cover the demand that we have today. What the ministry is doing, everybody knows, yet the minister has a lot of deputy ministers. Could you please outline your area of responsibility?
Отут все добре. Дякую, Юрій. Дивіться, так, ну, я
Thank you very
більшість
much indeed.
часу
Most of my
свого,
time,
ну, ті, хто зі мною
those
працювали,
who worked
вони
with
мене знають
me,
як людину,
they know me as a
яка
person
керувала і
who
координувала
managed and
політику, пов'язану
coordinated
з
the policy
наприкористуванням і
in the
розвитком
field of the
наших
use of
природних
subsoil
ресурсів.
and
Це
development of
перше.
natural
Друге,
resources.
це
That's first.
американсько-український інвестиційний фонд
Secondly,
відбудови, який ми створили з нуля.
recovery
І
fund, Ukraine
який на
US, we
сьогоднішній
created
день
from
вже
scratch, which
операційно
nowadays
повністю діючим,
operationally
і вже навіть
is
розглядає
fully
деякі проекти
operational
і
and
будує свій
is now
власний
reviewing the
пайплайн.
projects and
Ну
builds
і
a pipeline of
зараз
projects.
ще маю, як це,
Also,
приєднуюсь до ще деяких напрямків.
I'm joining a few more directions in parallel. We can discuss that in detail. Shall we start with a brief blitz question, like in the joke when 2 experts come together asking, please explain what happens. He says, well, I can explain, I can tell myself, but please explain. So could you please explain what happens worldwide? What is the main change in the global economy? After Davos, especially, which was pretty non-standard with such representation and such statements, what shall we focus at? 30 minutes
Ну, я би
for each
сказав би, що
panelist.
повертається величезна кількість
I would say
факторів,
a
пов'язаних
number
з
of factors return
економічною
related
течією
to
меркантилізму, це перше. І друге, це те,
mercantilism
що
as economic
змінюється
theory,
роль
and also
держав
there is a
в
changing role of
інституції
government
держав. І
institutions
ми
and
бачимо,
states.
що є рух
And we can see that there is progress on
яка
classical
проходила
globalization,
під
which was
флагом,
under the banner
прапором
of
великої конвергенції,
big
спочатку все
convergence, when
глобалізувалось,
everything was
промислові
globalized,
процеси централізувалися. Зараз ми
centralized and
бачимо
globalized.
більше
Now we can see
кластеризацію. Ми бачимо
clusterization,
побудову
building
регіональних
the
політик, ми
regional
бачимо
policies,
кластерну економіку,
cluster
ми
economy,
бачимо протекціонізм, який в очевидно
protectionism,
повертається в політику
which returns
держав,
back to the policy of
союзів,
countries
блоків.
and unions and blocs.
Да, мені відгукується те, що говорив Єгор, я би назвала
What
це
Yegor said before,
сильних.
this is the
На
right
жаль,
of
ми
the
повинні
strong.
зрозуміти, що час,
Regretfully, we
коли
must
Україна
understand
була
that
Україна,
the time
давайте так,
when our
психологічно,
country
як
could
держава,
psychologically, as a
дитиною чи
state,
підлітком,
could be
нам
a child or
треба дуже
adolescent.
швидко
We need
подорослішати і
to
зрозуміти,
grow
що
adult very quickly,
зараз
and we
грають
need to
виграні
understand
гравці,
that
які
those
ефективні,
who
ті, які
win, who are
розумні, ті, які
efficient and who are
захищають себе,
smart and who
розуміють
defend
свої сильні
themselves,
сторони,
understand their
розвивають свої
strengths,
сильні
develop
сторони.
their strengths,
І втрачений вже
and
цей час, і
that time is
точно не
lost, and
повернеться,
it will
коли
never
ми
be back
можемо
when
просто,
we could simply,
знаєте, за красиві очі сподіватися,
for
що щось нам
just
вдасться
for being
зробити,
beautiful,
вдасться.
to
Тому я
hope
би
that
назвала
we can
це
do, we can have some achievements. So therefore, this is the right of strong. This is the age where the strength matters. We have been building globalization. All of a sudden, it is now ruined. And we can see that there are all different associations of countries, and yet if we can build good brands and good companies, I believe this is even more important, because we can adjust ourselves to the situation which will be built, and it changes every month. We went to Davos with one agenda, we returned back with different agenda, and we left it with a third agenda. Therefore, the space is pretty quick, and yet we have an advantage. We have been adoptive for quite a while. Because we have electricity, we have no electricity. We have heating, we have no heating. We must be adaptable. Whether it's global or not global, this is not that important against this backdrop. We can adopt ourselves very quickly. I would like to speak of Ukraine's economic policy. For 12 years, I've been head of Kyiv International Economic Forum. For 12 years, I have seen a cardinal change, both in the Ministry of Economy as well as in the Parliament. There have been times when hearing this from the minister that we need to export not the grain, not the timber in logs, not the commodity, but rather high-tech goods. The minister was saying on the stage of Kyiv Economic Forum that everybody is on the same terms. The ministry must not interfere with business, and the market will decide what shall we export. And today we have ECI, we have industrial parks, and we have the opinion, we have the economists in Ukraine, very distinguished people. I respect the opinion of people who call it Marxism, or some people say this is not Marxism, they say this is communism. However, it works. What are the priorities of economic policy? Where shall we move? I would like to discuss an interesting thing. We live in the times when the value chains have changed structurally. The world economy pushes us towards the new approaches and the new methods of the formation of economic policy. Because in the structure of production cost, electricity dominates. You need to start thinking how to preserve some minimal adequate level of marginality of your business. And here the most interesting things start. When you understand that competing against huge Chinese or other nations' projects of the economy of scale would be hard, and one of the only responses to this problem comes very quickly. Shall we make the transfer of the margin? Shall we transfer the margin? Shall we move the marginality point a bit further? Therefore, if we can shift this marginality point further, we shall create, we do it at the expense of creating new products that will be processed or which add value in the process.
у процесі того, як ми рухаємося
when we move
даунстрім, тобто у процесі
along
того,
the
як ми
line, as we
рухаємося
move
до
downstream,
якогось або
as we
фінального
move
продукту або готового
to the
продукту.
interim product
І
or
таким
finished product.
чином у нас утворюється
Therefore,
більше маржинальності,
we
більше
create
доданої
more
вартості, і ми можемо
marginality,
вже
more value
починати
added,
якось
and
конкурувати.
now we can
Тобто
compete.
у нас логіка яка? Як у
The
міністерства,
pattern is
як
as follows: as a ministry,
людей, які відповідають
as
за створення
people
політики
responsible to create
адекватної
adequate
економічної,
policy, economic
це
policy,
те, що нам треба
we
стимулювати
need
і
to
направляти
stimulate and
економічну
direct
політику
economic
на
policy
створення
towards
більшого
creation
рівня
of
переробки,
high level of
на
processing,
створення продукту з
B,
доданою вартістю.
to create
Це
value added
перше.
product.
Друге,
That's
для того,
first.
щоб це було можливо, нам
To make
треба
it possible,
створювати
we need to create a
кластер-економіку.
cluster
Тобто, умовно
approach.
кажучи,
Conventionally
для того, щоб
speaking,
зацікавити
in order to
інвестора чи
have the investor
оператора
interested or the
працювати
operator
і
interested
виробляти цей
to
продукт
operate
або
and to manufacture this product
він
or service,
повинен мати не
it must have
тільки
both
гарний ландшафт чи платформу.
nice
Він
landscape or
повинен також
platform.
мати
Also, it must
серію
have
інструментів
a series of
юридичних,
legal
повинен
instruments and
мати
regulatory instruments.
екосистему
It must have the
сміжних
ecosystem of
виробництв і
adjacent
підприємств. І ми повинні
industries and
стимулювати, що,
companies we
наприклад,
need to
якщо ви
stimulate. For
перероблюєте
example,
і
if you process
виробляєте, наприклад, пігмент
and
з
manufacture
титанової
pigments
руди,
from
то вам було б
titanium
дуже добре,
ore,
якщо у
it
вас
would be good for you
десь в
if
контурі
somewhere in
радіусі
the
там 100
circuit
кілометрів
within
був би
100
завод по
kilometers
виробництву
there is a plant
сульфатної кислоти,
to
тобто
manufacturing
сульфатної кислоти. І от саме за
sulfuric
таким
acid.
принципом ми повинні стимулювати, щоб
Sulfur acid. We need to stimulate that centralized production and processing would stimulate in parallel also
іншої сміжної
another adjacent
переробки та виробництва, тобто
processing
кластерний
and
підхід.
industry,
Тому
the
я би
cluster
сказав,
approach.
ці два вектори, вони
Those
для
two
нас
vectors
зараз
for us
головні. І ми
are most
хочемо
important.
будувати нашу систему саме
And
таким
we
чином,
would
тому
like
що тоді у нас
to build
будуть
this
товари,
system,
які ми
such a
можемо
system, because in that case we shall
експортувати,
have
які може
the
дати
goods we
hard
could
currency, да, зараз нашу
export and
країну.
which can generate
Всі у нас
foreign
буде
exchange for our
зовсім
country,
інший товарообіг
and all of us
і
will have different
капіталообіг.
circulation of goods and circulation of capital in the system. What are the instruments of the Ministry of Economy which it must use?
По-перше, індустріальні парки.
First of all,
Це
industrial
один.
parks,
Друге,
this is
це те,
one.
що ми зараз
Number
працюємо,
two, now we
ми
work
створюємо механізми,
and we
як я це
create
називаю,
the mechanism
квазідержавних
of quasi-state
інвестиційних
investment
фондів.
funds.
Тобто, це, наприклад, те, що
Those
робить
are, for
Америка
example,
зараз.
what
Тобто,
America
США
is doing. The
показали,
United
що
States have
вони
demonstrated they can create
інструментів
dozens of
equity
instruments of
інвестицій
equity
в
investment
стратегічні або там
into
критично
strategic or
важливі
critically
промисловості.
important
І ми бачимо це
industries.
з
And we can see it
американсько-українським
from
фондом
US American
допомоги,
Investment
який
Fund
може
of
заходити
Recovery,
проекти, і ми
which
хочемо
could join the
масштабувати
projects.
такі
We would
проекти.
like to
Тобто
scale
ми
up
не хочемо, щоб це
such
був
projects. We
єдиний
don't
фонд.
want
Ми також
this to be the
хочемо,
only fund in the country.
щоб європейський
We want
флеші
ourselves
фонд,
that
щоб інші
European
фонди
flagship
також
fund
розвивалися
and
саме
other funds
таким
also
чином. Це
develop in
друге.
such a way. That's
Третє,
second.
це те, що ми зараз
Number three,
працюємо над
that
новою
we now work on
стратегією,
the new
концепцією
strategy and
розвитку
concept of
CRM,
development
тобто
of CRM, critical
Ми
raw
хочемо
materials.
alignment. І
We would like to make the
цифровізацію
alignment and
з
full
європейським,
synchronization
тобто EU
with
CRM,
European
щоб ми
EU CRM Act
працювали не
that we
просто
can
з сировиною, а ми могли експортувати
operate with commodity and we could
напівфабрикати критичної
export
сировини.
semi-fabricated goods of critical commodity. The logic is that this strategy must answer the main question: what the operator and investor require to create some plant or some processing on the basis of the subsoil, on the basis of the fields that we discussed. We would like to synchronize the strategy fully with EU CRM Act and synchronize with the policy of European Union
обрання стратегічних проєктів. І таким чином
for choosing strategic products for the projects, and all strategic projects can count on more loyal lending and fundraising, such structures as EIB, EBRD. This is number three. And number four is full stimulation of exports, which generates as much foreign exchange as possible. It's a simple solution. This was the way of South Korea, when the Ministry of Economy or government bodies who are adjacent to formation of the policy will have to focus on those sectors of economy who have the highest potential for exports. What kind of export potential? The export of products that will generate, that will create our stable position. Security of supply chain for our partners. Therefore, if tomorrow someone comes with a commodity product which is cheaper and more competitive, you will not be lost. You will be part of their value chain, of the supply chain, and this is important. If you have value added and technology, which was added during processing, you already have more security that you will have the long-term contract for the long-term system of supplies. And then for our export agencies, the institutions for export support and our policy, there will be more work and more results. The view from business. Will the state interfere with such regulation to create uneven conditions, better conditions for some exporters and the worst conditions for importers? How they will do it? Maybe they make the mistakes, maybe they should do things different. What is your view from the business? I would not call it intervention. I really like the term of economic engineering,
він якраз, мені здається, ідеально
and
підходить для
this
того,
is ideally
що треба
suitable.
робити. Одна справа, там, коли
One
держава
thing is when
втручається,
the government
і ми
interferes,
всі пам'ятаємо, коли
and we all
бізнес
remember
дуже часто говорить,
that
будь
business
ласка, не
tells, please
заважайте,
don't
ми самі усе зробимо. І
intervene,
оце
we
втручання,
can do
воно
it on
в мене,
our own,
наприклад,
and that
асоціюється з цим,
intervention
не
is,
заважайте просто.
please don't
Але саме
create
от вже термін економічна інженерія,
obstacles.
він
The term
говорить
economic
про те,
engineering
що
tells us
держава і
that the state
уряд, у тому числі і
and the government
парламент,
and the parliament
має
have
використовувати
to
ті
use
механізми,
such
які
mechanisms
допоможуть
that will help
створити ту економічну
creating
модель,
the
яка
economic
якраз,
model
як ми вже говорили, і зробить
which will
можливим
make it
збільшити
possible to
продукти з
increase
доданою вартістю,
value-added
наприклад, тут в
products
Україні,
manufactured in
збільшить
Ukraine,
в тому числі і
and
експорт,
also will
тому що
increase
це експортна
exports because
виручка в
those
Україні
are the
зменшить
exports
імпорт, знову ж
and
таки,
foreign exchange profits
стимулюючи
for Ukraine will reduce
виробництво
imports by
внутрішніх
stimulating domestic
продуктів,
production
які ми не
of those
виробляємо там
products
зараз
that we
в
don't
Україні.
manufacture
Тому
these
саме
days
з
in the
точки зору
country.
економічної
Therefore,
інженерії я
from
вважаю,
the
що
point
так,
of economic
держава має
engineering, I
робити
believe the
якраз
government must
це
do
все ефективно. З точки зору того, що робиться,
all that
чого не
efficiently.
вистачає,
What is done now,
ми
what
от
is missing.
якраз з Єгором
With Yegor,
говорили зараз,
we have
поки
spoken
сиділи, чекали виступу,
before we
про те,
have
що в нас зараз є
received the
дуже
floor
багато програм
that we now have
для
quite many
малого
programs
бізнесу.
for
І це
SMEs.
правильно, і це
And this is
гарно,
good, and this
але
is
ми повинні
wonderful.
розуміти,
And yet we need to
що
understand
той імпакт,
that the
який
impact
може зробити середній
that
бізнес,
the
великий
medium
бізнес для
size and
економіки, особливо, що
business and
стосується
large size
великих
business could
промислових
do for the
проєктів,
economy if it is
великого
about major industrial
виробництва, в
projects and
тому
major
числі ті
production,
бізнеси, які,
including the
наприклад,
businesses
як ми, як група, вміють
that
будувати
we as
і
a group
експортувати.
can
І,
build
на
and
жаль,
export like we do as a group.
99% тих програм,
Regretfully,
які є в країні,
92% of the programs
ми, як група, не
which
можемо
exist in
ними
Ukraine cannot be used by
скористатися
ourselves as
через
a group
певні
for certain
обмеження. Хоча
constraints,
я можу
certain
сказати, що
restrictions.
ми не
I
вважаємо
can
себе
tell you that we
великими,
don't believe we are large.
зрозуміло, що
Obviously,
дивлячись там з ким порівнювати, але
it
це
depends who
правило,
we
коли
compare
допомагає
with, and yet there
сильним,
is the
сильні
rule when
допоможуть
the
ще
strong
більшій
are
кількості
helped,
людей.
and the
І
strong will also help more
тут
people,
я би сказала, що
even larger number of
нам
people.
і таким,
Here I
як
would
ми,
say
хто
that
якраз зараз
people like us who now develop
великі
and who build
промислові об'єкти,
major industrial
критично
facilities
не вистачає
critically lack
проектного дефінансування, його, на жаль, в
project
Україні
funding.
просто
Regretfully,
немає.
it's not available
І,
from Ukraine. It's
коли
not
ми
available in
кажемо
Ukraine.
про щось хороше, що можна
When we
взяти
speak
за
of the good
кордоном,
things
то мені
which could
здається,
be
що це там
retrieved
перше, що треба
abroad, I
брати,
believe
тому
that this
що
is the first
у
thing
нас зараз
which must be retrieved from
є
abroad,
ситуація, на
because
коли ми
there
в
is a
проєкті, на
situation
жаль,
when
зобов'язані
on the project we are obliged and we make
залучення коштів за
fundraising
кордоном
from abroad,
і віддаючи певну
and we
маржу,
give away
наприклад, чи польським, чи
certain
німецьким,
margin to Polish,
чи італійським
German or
компаніям для
Italian
того, щоб
companies
залучити
in order
фінансування
to raise
для того,
financing,
щоб збудувати
in
тут
order to
завод.
build the plant
Тобто це
here.
нонсенс, тому що
It's a
ми
nonsense
би могли
because
взяти
we could
цих підрядників в Україні,
find
стимулювати
contractors in
таким
Ukraine
чином і будівельний бізнес,
by
і
stimulating
знайомі
construction
маркетингові
business
компанії,
and the marketing
ну і так
company
далі. Але
and so
через
on.
брак
However,
цього
due to the
фінансування
lack of
внутрішнього
project financing
нас,
from
на
inside the
жаль,
country,
ну, немає іншого
regretfully, we
виходу.
don't have any other way out.
Третя проблема в тому, що знову
The
ж таки
problem
у
number 3 is
фінансуванні
that in the financing
там середніх і великих
of
проєктів ви просто
medium
в
and large
Україні
projects in
цього
Ukraine.
зробити знову ж таки не
Again,
зможете.
you cannot
Вам
do
треба
it
йти до
because
International
you need to go to the
Financial
international
Institutions.
financial
Це
institutions,
важко.
IFIs, which is
З ними
difficult.
довго, з ними
It takes
важко.
time to
Ця
cooperate with
бюрократія,
them.
вона просто
There is bureaucracy.
забирає
This
неймовірну
bureaucracy
кількість
takes
часу.
a lot
Тобто,
of
якщо
time.
б ми змогли хоча б частково це фінансування
If
залучити
we
тут в
could have
Україні,
partially raised
вже,
such
мабуть,
financing
там, не
inside
знаю,
Ukraine,
завод з скла
the
вже
plant
був
for
би
glass
там запускався
could have been
радше
commissioned
на
into
місяць. Але,
operation
на
in 2
жаль,
months.
ці всі
However,
строки, вони
regretfully,
йдуть на
all
те,
those
щоб
deadlines
придумати,
are
як
now
знайти
shifted
гроші
because we need to
за
find out
кордоном,
where we
тому
can
що в
find the money
Україні
from abroad,
цього на
because
стимулювання
in
у нас
Ukraine
просто немає.
we don't have it.
Дякую. Я думаю, що міністерство точно тут
Most probably, the ministry should focus its attention to such a bias in terms of stimulating SMEs. This is really important. However, SMEs is not just barbershops and coffee shop. In Germany, 80% of SME are B2B. Those are marketing, logistical, lawyers, suppliers of spare parts, components for the larger business. Unless there is demand, unless there is cash from large business, the SMEs, whatever you stimulate, will hardly develop. Simply, they won't have water in the pool to swim. Dmitro, do you apply any kind of government instruments? How do you build, would you evaluate the economic policy? The main government instruments are Ukrainians. This is a basic instrument. We have the principal decision. We stay in Ukraine and we stay in Odessa. And we are the optimists, and we understand it cannot be done quickly. Yet we also understand that now there is a beginning of communication, because 10 to 15 years, we could not imagine that I go down the staircase and I meet the Ministry of Economy and he says, this is your panel, please join it. This would not be a reality. And now it's real. We indeed communicate. And of course, nothing is ideal, because from each country we borrow what is good. We say, we need this, we need that. Also, we understand that building this is not that simple. And yet we need to communicate, and the trust is required. And it goes step by step. Yet we are affected by the war. We cannot go step by step, because for us this is a matter of whether we survive. Indeed, we are mobilized inside the country, and yet when we communicate about what instruments we're going to use, I advise everybody, the ECA, which holds this meeting, because we have a very nice experience in terms of cooperation with the agency. Because today, when the war began, most of our partners throughout the world say, well, Ukraine is cool. We respect you a lot. However, we cannot give you advance payment. This is too much of a risk for us. However, we have a Ukrainian flag in the office. We should do other things, but we cannot pay money in advance. Therefore, there is a question how to ensure the risk. And the agency helped us out.
таких гарних інструментів, які наразі
This is one of the good instruments
має Україна.
which Ukraine has currently.
Питання одне – пришвидшити усі процеси. Я розумію, що
The
це
purpose is to accelerate every process. This is not as simple as that. Yet, if we do accelerate ourselves, we shall have more results. 100%.
Кредити, фінансування потрібно.
The loans financing is important in the beginning of the 4, 5, 7, 9, 3, 5, 7, also those mysterious numbers, which began as the instrument on the pandemic, to the extent I remember, and yet in the beginning of the war. It was a nice instrument because we have made use of it, and during the war we have finished the construction of the plant. Therefore, there are instruments, and yet we need to cooperate, and we need to look for the ways. That would be good. Because I like the economic engineering in the country, because we need a strategy of where we move, because there are lots of strategic sessions, too many strategic sessions and very few strategies. Yet we think of it every time, together with our friends. You have discussed DCI and also PACE. Probably 5 years passed when a law was filed to Parliament about DCA, 5 years plus before it became fully operational. 5 years plus was required that in Ukraine we now have this instrument. Nowadays, this is only one of the instruments of the policy made in Ukraine policy, which according to the statistics of the ministry for the past year, this policy ensured 1% of GDP growth. And GDP has increased to 2%. Made in Ukraine policy provided for 1/2 of GDP growth for the past year. Therefore, everybody who has to do with that could be proud. This is a big achievement of the ministry. I have a badge from them as well, made in Ukraine badge, very nice one, and it's a real one. All of my suits are designed in Ukraine and produced in Ukraine. Made in Ukraine by Ukrainian, you should start from yourself. When we all start buying what is produced in Ukraine, what we produce by ourselves. So, Igor, you take care. Shall we speak of money a lot? We speak of money because we lack money. You are responsible for Ukraine-US Investment Fund. What is the vision of American counterparts? Where the investment will be channeled? Are those short-term programs just to excavate some minerals and export them, or will there be any projects for structural change in Ukrainian economy? Thank you, Yuri. To me, this is like my child, this foundation. From some perspective, I am very emotional about this fund. We have spent a lot of time for it. The position that we are trying to build with our US counterparts, and which we have built from the point of the philosophy and strategy, is very basic. Why the mechanism was chosen of equity fund? Very simple, because equity fund had most flexible system of formation of strategy and the toolkit for the investment. The pattern was as follows. This should be the market-making instrument which could, with its minority investment, create some movement in the market or the industry. Secondly, those minority investments were supposed to have the role of catalysts, capital.
Право і можливість працювати з офтейк-контрактами.
Also, the fund can operate with off-take contracts. The long-term formula contract for the sale. This is an opportunity to support the exports from Ukraine. Number 4 is involvement of project financing into Ukraine, as Olga underlined before. This is our main problem. This is what's difficult to find as a long-term capital for difficult greenfield projects. Answering the question about the strategy to the concept, the idea is very simple: to choose strategic vectors, strategic industries like energy, infrastructure, critical minerals, their extraction and their processing, new technology like data centers, and the like, and to finance such projects. Of course, they have to correspond to the criteria, they have to undergo due diligence, yet to finance such projects in the format of catalytic investment. That's answering the priorities. This is what we hope for. This is how we move that story. The capital, seed capital, $150 million. This is not a systemic money, we all understand. CET capital, this is not the main factor. The main factor is who is behind that fund. And behind that fund there is DFC. If there is a Financial Corporation of Development of the United States with a balance sheet where they can lend for such a project, it's a different story. The idea to create more of such equity mechanisms, and secondly, to involve more coalition investment or consortium investment. Those funds are built with the logic that with development of the investment into such projects for project investment will go by the principle of consortiums. We would like, with that mechanism, to demonstrate that the golden time of consortium lending could be, have the right to exist. We would like to push our partners that they can enter the consortium with such institutions like this, the Fund of Reconstruction. The fund will invest both state-owned and privately owned projects. Our purpose is that the priority is private projects. It's a priority for the fund. The fund can also invest into state projects. However, if we have, you will not see it. It's not written. This is simply the insight. The pattern is as follows. If the fund goes into state-owned projects, they want to do it only by consortium. And they also want to involve private operators. Therefore, the fund, in most cases, is focusing on private projects. How will it look like? The fund enters the equity, a majority or minority shareholding, and then helps to raise lending. The fund will become a minority shareholder, and then it will help to raise big loan or to raise project financing or raise equity financing from the big trading houses or other sovereign funds. We have communicated with major sovereign funds of Qatar and Emirates and Saudi Arabia and other countries, and also Norway. We communicated with quite many. And also it's possible to raise investment from major trading houses. You all know those names, like Glencore, Mercury, and so on. When we speak of metallurgy and commodity and resource-intensive projects, I quote as an example. And another important feature of the fund is that the fund can be the core financier of the implementation of long-term offtake contracts. If the fund knows that the company in US wants to buy from us some chemical semi-manufactured product, the fund can become the co-financier of such a deal.
And it is vital because this is export de-risking that all of us are talking about. So foundation is another mechanism for de-risking. I do hope that we will be building and developing it together as a part of our export policy. Thank you. So you are talking about smart money, not just money. And de-risking gives an opportunity to enter international markets. I can see that Olha is looking at Yehor with such eyes. It seems to me that we do not meet the criteria because are you too small or too big? Because they do not have building materials. These are usually critical materials. We think that we will apply with the wind generation project, and hopefully we will achieve a result. Understandably, in order to start, we have to bring our focus to something. So our focus now is on infrastructure, energy infrastructure. So the idea regarding foundations is great, and hopefully that it will work fast and effectively. Again, speaking of international financial institutions, the FC and others, unfortunately or fortunately, Ukrainians are very fast compared to everyone, just believe me. So we will have to combine our promptness uh, with the processes that our partners have abroad. I do agree that such foundations they could be helpful in economic engineering. In our group, we have a similar idea. We believe that by the end of the year, we will have launched our foundation in order to uh, de-risk money again into industrial investment. The problem in Ukraine is that everyone here knows how to invest into real estate because there are no other tools in Ukraine, unfortunately. And we have a big number of industrial projects that we know how to develop and launch fast. So we need money, and we are ready to support Ukrainians and create such a mechanism that will allow for investments, for development into industry. Yes, we do need such a thing. So I'm sure is that in our room we have exporters, entrepreneurs. So could you share your experience regarding the upsides of working at the international arena, the downsides? How can an average Ukrainian business access 80 countries of the world as Metro did? We are also one of the biggest honey producers in Ukraine. 90% of our honey is exported abroad. For us, I think that one of the biggest problems is China, and we should understand that this problem will exist in Ukraine, that big Chinese corporations, they bring the price down across the world, probably apart from the US, and they bring prices of all the products almost. They receive the support from the state, I mean the producers that conquer markets abroad, and the state covers the losses that companies bear in order to conquer against the markets. Talking to our partners from abroad, we can see that uh, due to such policy in Chinese, some European plants are closing down. For us, this is one of the largest challenges. I take it that this is another important thing that Ukrainians have to do at our domestic market. So we have to protect our market from Chinese cheap products. Again, it is not about intervening, but about protecting our domestic producers. What to do to export into 80 countries? We need to become more effective. Of course, exports are about risks, they require time. That is why starting your business when you do not have experience in exports and hoping that you will enter Poland and people there will be happy. No, it will not be the case because this is the war for your thing. I would advise to partner with those who are already well versed in this regard. For example, we in our group, our businesses, they have partners, and often when we start off something in a new industry, for us the first thing to do is to analyze the world and select the most seasoned, knowledgeable partners. So I would advise not to be afraid of that. In Ukrainian mindset, um, partnership is difficult. It is, but just believe me, it is effective, then it will bring you many benefits. Dmitro, maybe you were just lucky or what? No, uh, I cannot say that we were just lucky. And as Olha mentioned, trust and partnership are very important aspects that you have to take into consideration because the issue of trust still exists, and we do not have a big number of good entrepreneurs in Ukraine. I'm also a partner of an FA group. I am proud of that because they know how to build industrial plants in a proper way. And before I became their partner, we were providing sales to their products. But we should understand that exports is about a decision of the managers or owners of the company because this is not an easy process. You have to be ready mentally, financially, because we do want more and more simplifications from the customs, but we are making progress over the 10-20 years. It has been really considerable, and exports is a decision which requires you to move forward all the time. You know, when we had 12 or 16 countries where we worked, I said we are aiming at 150 countries. And, people found it ridiculous. But the time was passing and we were expanding. And after we entered 50 countries, people already understood that it was only the matter of time until we enter even more markets. For example, in our market, the people from Turkey, they, for example, cooperate with Iran. They and constantly things are evolving, and you have to keep an eye on that because again things are changing. But like in order to be ready for exports, you have to be ready like inwardly. You know, everyone has mentioned that we need money for development. I would like to bring attention of the audience to the requirements that businesses are faced with from the suppliers and all that. Ukraine has money, but sometimes businesses they are not, so to say, bankable, and there are some drawbacks which does not allow to obtain secure financing. Olha, I know that you are currently undergoing this crazy procedure for securing money. What would be your advice in this regard? I would prioritize reputation right away. It's like in that joke about corporation, like you cannot build it during the whole life and just lose it in one day. I would recommend remembering about your reputation every step of your way. And if people Google something about your company, even if it's not true and it's bad, you know, you will still have to explain that it's not true. So I would put this into first place. I know from our financial partners that many projects do not qualify according to these criteria. Another important point would be transparency. So if you start off your business with paying cash for salaries or something like that, you will never secure financing. And that is why that is a second important thing that will enable more financing. The third point is that you need to understand what people want from you and that you are ready to do such things that are not really relevant to you now, but those that are required, for example, environmental and social assessment and such things that are just words for Ukrainian businesses. But believe me, for international financial institutions, for Europe, these are not exclusively words. There is a lot of work behind those words, and you have to pay attention to that right away. And when you order some equipment, you have to bear in mind the matter of effectiveness of environmental issues. I think that Olha is speaking about big money. When it comes to medium size or small money, they exist in Ukraine, but there are very few companies which banks can cooperate with because they do not just comply with some standards. Money is responsibility.
маєте намір нам дати відповідь? У нас не так багато
You know,
які відповідають по всіх
they say
критеріях.
that
І тому це питання
there are very
буде
few
зрозумілими для вас.
companies that
Дійсно,
meet the
якщо є
criteria.
бажання
Sure,
входити
if
до
our
спільноти,
international,
але потрібно починати з якоїсь
if we want
зрозумілої
to enter the international arena, then
організації,
there will be
щоб самі
much more requirements.
знали
You know,
компанію і
when we
усі
started our company,
в
and
Україні
we had
мав
to prove to the
можливість
world that
технологічно, якісно
Ukrainian
і
producers
високого
can produce
більшість
something of
наших
high
інженерів
quality and all that. When people did not really understand where Ukraine was located back then, we had to find our way. We opened the central trade office in Geneva, and then, people like put the pieces together, and uh, a kind of communication happened. Over 10 years, people knew that we are Ukrainians who can manufacture things effectively, efficiently, high quality, and the whole world knows that we have talented guys. I will be very quick and say that, in my opinion, the main point is
первинного структурування бізнесу. Тобто, от
the
як
attention
правильно
to the
навчитися
initial
ефективному
structuring of the
тобто те
business.
саме.
It's
Як
important
ви
to
почнете
start off
закладати фундамент
properly.
вашої бізнес-моделі,
The way
вашої
you
структури
lay
власності,
the
так воно і буде
foundation
далі рухатися. Тобто це треба,
for your business
до цього треба вкладати і гроші,
will
і час, і енергію,
provide for
і
how
бажання. Це
your
дуже
business
важливо,
will
тому що якщо компанія
operate.
не
It is
bankable,
very important
є
because
проблема.
if a
Центральний
company
банк може
is not
забрати.
bankable,
От.
it
Ну
is an
і тепер
issue.
ми просто перейдемо.
And the final
Питання
simple
вашого
question:
експортера
what
сьогодні, що
would
ви
be
маєте
your
зробити сьогодні,
advice
щоб
to
попереди
exporters today? What
бути
should they do
лідерами
now
на
in
світових
order
ринках?
to become leaders in 2-3 years in
Що
global
вони
market?
що?
What is the main point
Ну,
here?
я міг би сказати
Well,
вижити,
I could
да?
say they have to survive, but
Дивіться, ми живемо
again,
під час
look,
війни, да.
we
І ми
are living
повинні
through
розуміти,
the
що
war,
вже
and we
вижити
have
в
to
цій реалії
understand
це
that
вже добре. Але
surviving in this
щоб
reality is
вижити
already an
це
achievement. What
вкладати
can
людський
exporters do?
капітал,
If they have
інвестиції, вкладати
investment
саме в
capital, they
технологічну
should
складову,
invest
технологічну
into
компоненту, яка робить ваш товар
technological
чи продукт
component that makes
більш
your
вашим
products more
нейтралізованим до ваших
desirable
умов.
and
Тобто ви повинні
tailored to
зробити
your
щось,
clients. So
або
you
то,
have
як ви
to
виробляєте
create
товар, або то,
something,
як ви
or the way you
його,
are
його технічно
processing your
виробите, його якість
products,
виробите. Ви
the way
повинні зробити такий
how
товар,
you
який
make
буде
it high
ваше замінник. Це
quality. So
перше.
you
І
have
друге,
to
це
make an
так само, як я підтримую
irreplaceable
те, що сказала Оля, це
product. And I
намагатися
do agree
зараз
with Olha.
залучати
You
нормальних
should try and
адекватних
attract
партнерів, які можуть вам
decent
дати зараз
partners that
якийсь додатковий капітал.
could
Третє,
provide you with some
не,
additional capital.
не
And the
треба
third
нехтувати
point
великими
of mine
трейдерами і
would be is
великими
that
дистриб'юторськими
you should
компаніями
not
за
neglect big
кордоном.
distributors, companies
Якщо навіть ви
abroad.
втрачаєте у
Even if
продуктовості,
you
ви можете
lose in terms of
врятувати
profit, you can
ваш господарський
win
магазин.
in
І
terms
тому,
of
можливо, для перших
your
фаз вашого
integration into the
розвитку
market.
внутрішньої ринки
Probably
це 3-5
during the
років
first
працювати з великими
stage, three,
дистриб'юторами.
5 years, you have to work with big distributors. Thank you.
Вже третій анекдот згадую. Він каже, що
Another
кожен
joke
приймаючий
springs to my
може
mind
зробити рішення.
when the patient asks,
І з цього
Doctor,
приводу
what
хочеться
would
пояснити, да, тому
you
що, ну, на жаль, зараз в
prescribe
теперішній війни в
to
нас
become
багатьох
happy?
такі стан
And the
запитання,
doctor said,
і
you
це
just need
найгіршіше,
to live your
що
life.
може зараз
You know,
зробити та
during
людина
the
в Україні, тому що
wartime,
якраз от
the
коли
most
ми
terrible
знаходимося
thing is that we
ну, в
just
лютому навіть
like
дні, дай
put
Боже,
everything on
більше
hold
відбудеться не далі. Це
and
найкращий
hit the
час
rock
для
bottom.
того, щоб
This
робити це.
is
Тому
the
що якщо
best
рухаєшся зараз,
time to move forward, because then you will achieve many things in the future. Secondly, I would recommend partnering, communicating with banks, export credit agencies, Ukraine Invest. Currently in Ukraine, there is a huge number of programs. I know that it's really hard to navigate through them, but I would recommend utilizing all the consulting things that are provided by the state in order to understand what you can make use of for yourself. And of course, partnership is another thing that could strengthen your company. So, a piece of advice from Odessa: we need. Of course, worms, but jokes aside, we have to be proactive. Whether we hit the rock bottom or not, we will understand it only when, someone knocks there. But if you communicate with others, you take decisions, there will be different options. Bringing different business associations, clubs, is a great idea, because this is the place where you can find the like-minded people with the same problems. This is a great place to secure more opportunities to develop and to feel happy. It is really important. Thank you so much. Your words really resonate with me. I was taught that decisions could not be right or wrong, they could be either made or not made. So we will be wrapping it up, our panel. I could say that on the 29th of October, we will carry out the 12th European Economic Forum. So thank you so much for your attention, for being with us. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us for a few minutes. I suggest that we make use of Olga's advice and pay attention to the screen. This is valuable information about the two projects. You can see the logos of the Export Credit Agents and European Business Association. This is not a collaboration yet. We are just improvising here. Our colleagues from EBA reached out to us and asked to elaborate on their project. Our shared common goal is to help Ukrainian companies enter new markets. So we gladly share this information. I would like to give the floor to Svetlana Mikhailovska, the deputy head of the EBA, for her to elaborate on their project. Thank you, dear colleagues. I do also resonate with the things mentioned by our colleagues in the panel. As Olga mentioned, there are many financial tools, and navigation is quite complex, but the project that we launched together with the Global Business for Ukraine is a local tool to support investors, which we launched in 2024 together with the global leader trader, the Metro company. Any company that is represented in the EU and possesses the respective certificates for food or non-food products can apply for this project without any queuing. So please make use of the QR code and do reach out to us, because this is an effective and workable tool. We were talking about responsibility. Of course, every exporter takes on some responsibilities and risks. I just remember that a few years ago we had a meeting with one exporter, and their dream was to put their apple juice products into European markets. And when we asked about their compliance with European standards, the owner of the company said, "Our juice is really delicious, but you know, for you to enter the European market, you need other things than your products being delicious." Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Currently, I would like to give the floor to Vitaly Kazimir, who is the deputy head of sales in the ECA. He will tell you more about our new product, EasyZ, that we have just launched. Hello, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure to see all of you. Just look at the name of the product, EasyZ, which is a prompt opportunity to ensure your liability online. You do not have to go anywhere. You just need to access ECA website, fill out an application, indicate the name of the foreign customer to sign it with your e-signature, and just send your application. We will just verify whether this customer is sanctioned or not. Then from our side, we sign an agreement, we send it back to you. You also have to sign it and just paying the insurance fees. It's really easy. This was designed for small enterprises, for IT companies. But the only one condition is to make an advance payment, at least $1, in order to avoid frauds. So please reach out to us. That is a great tool. So if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer all of them. Okay, you probably do not have them. And before we have our coffee break, I would like to pay your attention to the fact that on the other side of your page, you have a QR code which you can scan and put the questions that you would like to ask for the speakers. So that's it. And we will be waiting for you here at 12:30. We have some changes. Peshney has had to run to a meeting, and we will have another representative. So now it's the time for a coffee break.
дозволите музику прибрати. Може, ми під музику, але треба було якусь іншу підібрати, да? Доброго дня всім. Я радий тут дуже радий вітати.
I'm happy to welcome my interlocutor, Mr. Lopushinsky, Deputy Head of the National Bank of Ukraine. The only thing which does not make happy is this conference coincides with a week of silence in the NBU before the meeting on the monetary matters. On Thursday, 1400, they will declare the new decisions on the key policy rate, and the NBU also declare the updated macro prediction. This week, the NBU does not respond to such matters which are of concern, like exchange rate of foreign currency, how did it develop in the year beginning, how it will be developed down the year. Will not answer the question what the decision will be in 2 days before it. Most people expect it will be a reduction of the key policy rate after the long break when the NBU maintained the key policy rate because we have observed the inflation and NBU achieved the results. Yet we shall see on Thursday what the decision is about. If you are interested, I believe many people on 1400, the NBU will broadcast its meeting live, and they will declare macro prediction, and the key policy rate is interesting. And for the journalist, it's an important day, and also with macro prediction once a quarter, this is a red date. And the decision will be positive on the key policy rate for business. Quite many other matters we could also discuss, which are of concern to you. And the first thing we shall start with is currency control, currency regulation. The National Bank made the mitigation. It is also about ECA. Also, the clients of ECA have received additional advantages. There is a good press release on the website of ECA where it tells what are the additional advantages of such a decision of the NBU for the clients. Yet everyone is interested about the next steps, when and which steps and under which conditions can we expect from the NBU in the softening of foreign exchange control, foreign exchange regulation. As NBU is interested in exports development to the same extent as the exporters, because on one hand, foreign exchange profits make it possible to maintain the stability of foreign exchange market, which is important for us in the context of our mandate. In terms of pricing stability, for us, softening of this, of course, foreign exchange constraints is a restriction for business development. On the other hand, this is a necessary step as we require to provide for stability in the foreign exchange market. Yet, currency liberalization is our unchanged priority. It remains in place, and it is in the focus of our attention. In particular, on January, we had 2 changes of this kind in the direction of currency liberalization, as Dmitro said before. The time frame of settlement is not applicable to the contracts under ECA, and also not applicable for exports of insurance services. For us, the dialogue with business takes place every time. We hear the business well. This is not a formality. This is indeed important within the framework, which, to the extent this is allowed our necessity to maintain stability in foreign exchange market, we make liberalization. It will continue. The only thing I will focus on any proposals about further foreign exchange liberalization must be economically feasible, not to create systemic risks, because for us this is also an argument in our dialogue with international counterparts, and then it becomes easier for us to have such a dialogue. What happens to the return of foreign exchange profits? Is there any improvement? Yes, of course, an improvement. For the reason that more productive exchange of information was set up between the NBU, the State Customs Office, and the Tax Authority over the year 2024, the amount of return of foreign exchange profits increased 20%. This is quite a substantial progress, and over the past year, it was about 5%. On one hand, this is the precondition, the return of foreign exchange profits, which makes it possible to move more actively towards foreign exchange liberalization. The more FX we receive, the easier for us to make foreign exchange liberalization. And also I would like to remind you about the need to operate in the responsible manner. If more profits are returned, more FX liberalization takes place. We have a window between the program of IMF. I hope a positive decision comes on February and the new program. Maybe in that window, one can manage to take some decision, because there is no commitment, there is no program. There is a window of opportunity. We are responsible as we cooperate with IMF. Therefore, we cannot use any window of opportunity before the new program is approved. Yet, in the new program, a lot of attention will be focused on foreign exchange regulation. This is our continuous priority, because we create the conditionalities for ourselves in that program, and this will also be part of the program. Cooperation with Washington, cooperation with Grushevsky Street. The Ministry of Economy and the government, we know the story, but the government requested to soften the terms and conditions for return of foreign exchange profits for the machine building. It took a long time for the NBU to think of it, and yet they did not approve such a softening. How do you see the cooperation with the government, the Ministry of Economy, Vice Prime Minister for European Integration, Mr. Kachka, who is responsible for foreign trade? How should you build such cooperation? How you can improve the efficiency of this cooperation? Actually, the cooperation is rather constructive. Of course, the NBU is an independent body. However, it's not an obstacle that we can constructively cooperate with the government on those matters for which we have joint interest. Accordingly, the example of a January package of FX liberalization was developed jointly with the Ministry of Economy. Of course, there is a demand for extension of the limit terms of foreign exchange settlements. We shall do it for some positions. Yet this is important that the request is well justified, because doing it for the wide list, for the long list, is not feasible. And this is hard to explain. Why does it happen for particular positions? Simply there is no explanation, and therefore we cannot move in that direction. Sufficiency of justification is an important precondition. We are working on it. We listen to the government, and I hope that we shall move forward. We can see the volatility in the international markets. There is such a factor as the factor of Mr. Trump. There are changes in the exchange rate, and Ukrainian hryvnia looks a stable currency against that backdrop. Our exporters are trying the new markets. We have heard of IT countries. The manufacturer spoke, the plan is 150 countries, different currencies. What kind of instruments the National Bank? Not the National Bank, of course the banks would propose, and yet the conditions to have more instruments of this kind, to have them easier to be used, that our exporters can hedge their foreign exchange risks. On May 2025, we have prepared the concept note about functioning of the market of derivative instruments of hedging. We did it pursuant to the requirements of the IMF program, and this gave us the opportunity to advance hedging instruments. It was on third stage before, now on second stage. Yet we implemented currently the activities which do not create additional demand for foreign currency. What is now allowed is to make transactions on forward terms between the banks, purchase and sale transactions, the sale by client banks of foreign currency, and the purchase by clients from banks within the limit which is equal to the scope of foreign currency bought by the bank on the forward terms. Such instruments now operate, yet the volumes are moderate. Under forward terms, with delivery of basic asset, underlying asset, 39 contracts for $10 million, 7 contracts for sale by the clients to banks of foreign currency on the forward terms. The numbers are not impressive, yet we continue the dialogue. To the extent the circumstances permit, the necessity to provide for stability of foreign exchange market, we shall continue dialogue with business, and we shall take into account the necessity to develop this market. The next block of questions about lending. The banks quite often say that the exporters are one of the best borrowers, and they fight for them, especially before the war and even during the war. The clients have additional advantage as they receive foreign exchange profits. Is it really confirmed by statistics of the NBU? Recently you published a very interesting publication about financial stability. Once a semester it is published, please read to compare yourself against other businesses. Indeed, once a semester, another red date for the journalists. Yes, indeed, the statistics confirm that the banks appreciate such clients. This is also confirmed that the exporters are high-quality clients. Accordingly, after the long reduction of the loan portfolio in foreign exchange from first quarter of 2025, there is a clear trend towards increase of this portfolio in foreign exchange, and the rate of growth is 20%. For the lending of business in Ukrainian hryvnia, the number is more impressive, 25% growth of the loan portfolio in Ukrainian hryvnia. From the interviews we held, from the surveys we held, the exporters feel themselves more successful compared to the rest of the business. And the balance of responses about expectations and economic situation for 6 quarters is in the positive side. Of course, the economy is suffering. However, the expectations are positive, and this is transformed into another direction, that the banks are ready to provide more lending, also to soften the standards of lending, making them easier, and there is both supply and demand of lending. Those policies are interconnected. For example, there is foreign exchange liberalization in terms of repatriation of dividends for agricultural holdings. Most probably they make use of it, and yet the pillow of liquidity becomes narrow, and they become more active clients of banks in terms of demand for loans. Therefore, there are different aspects of our policies which overlap substantially. Also, it's worthwhile noting that this is not just the short-term need, the demand for loans is growing also for investment purposes. The share of such loans is about 1/4 of the loan portfolio, yet the NBU is ready to provide the incentives because quite many exporters are interested in the long-term investment loans. Do you have any instruments to help that? According to the strategy of development of lending, which the National Bank approved jointly with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Economy, the priority has been defined, and currently, among such priorities, there is energy sector, which has substantial needs due to objective reasons, as well as defense industry. Accordingly, on those directions, indeed, the requirements have been softened to the borrower as well as towards collateral, and the numbers that we can see from the point of implementation of this kind of approach have activated lending in such sectors. For example, for the defense sector, that's about 5 billion hryvnia, though the share of state programs in lending is reducing. For the defense sector, the situation is opposite. For the energy sector, the numbers are substantial. For example, for power generation, loans issued for power generation made it possible to expand by 1.3 gigawatt, and also storage of electricity, 0.5 gigawatts. Generally, for those directions, indeed, the situation is critical and of priority. For other sectors, what we can see, and the regular market incentives are sufficient, and the volume of lending increases 35% year to year. We hope that the defense products and energy products will become the main export commodity, because currently it is consumed inside the country and still there is a deficit. The last thing in this block, we observe how banks buy treasury bills, US dollar, euro, 3.5% for of annual interest, and the exporters will be happy about such rates. What is the attitude of NBU towards foreign exchange lending? Because there are risks also related to foreign exchange lending. The risks are pretty much hedged. Therefore, there is no additional requirement to limit this activity. Lending and foreign exchange feels quite well. There is an increase of 20% over 1 year. This indicator is not too small. And from the first quarter of 2025, the activity is substantially good. Also painful question of the third block, the insurance against war-related risks. I don't think we need to discuss how important this problem is. For quite many people, one can sign a lot of contracts, and yet there is a missile attack tomorrow, and nobody can do nothing. And today we hear of the problem that no advance payment is available for Ukraine due to this factor of security. What shall we expect this year for the exporters, as well as all other types of companies? We actively communicate with the insurance market about the insurance of war-related risks. And today, on the market, there are proposals from companies about insurance of war-related risks for a quite acceptable price. I didn't hear of it. I hear it 48% of the value of asset is annual rate. I don't know. I'm not entrepreneur, and what they're writing, this looks pretty high. Yes, indeed, but the risk is high as well. However, there is a progress. First of all, the state program now works about compensations. Accordingly, the state can, via ECA, provide partial compensation payments to the business within the limit of 10 million in the territories of high risk, up to 1 million on other rest of the territory of Ukraine. Therefore, there is a progress. Of course, we have a lot to work on. However, most probably, there is a need to implement state programs in order to secure against such risks. And from this year, it starts working. Great expectations from the law. What is the status of the draft legislation? As I know, the concept has been revised. It did not pass the committee on the first attempt. Regretfully, our concept was not supported on the floor. Yet, as for the other alternatives, I cannot say anything. I would like to remind you, unless you know of the concept of the NBU, the intention was to make some elements of insurance mandatory to reduce the price, because the more clients, the lesser is the risk, and the smaller is the price. Yet few people want to make it mandatory insurance. Property developers are the ones exporters have to work with to make sure that the concept of the NBU really works. We started a bit later. We shall still take 2 minutes or so. Maybe you have an urgent question to the NBU, but not on the topic of the week of silence. Yet I would like to clarify a small question about euro, increasing the volume of euro in the operations. Shall we expect this year that the NBU will set at least the reference exchange rate of euro? Currently, National Bank on the noon declares a reference exchange rate of US dollar, and the exporters follow what is the reference course and what is the official course. Those are important indicators. And the NBU quoted that this year it's also possible such a reference exchange rate for euro to be published at 12 o'clock. Naturally, euro will increase in terms of the scope of operations. This is nearly close to the imports priorities. The same share we already have of payments for imports in both euro and dollars. For the exports, the progress is not that big because dollar still dominates, and the reason is obvious, because the exports is mainly commodity and traded in dollars. Indeed, we actively monitor the situation, and the need for such a reference exchange rate is there because the market is guided by euro, and we hope we can do it. We can do this publication of reference exchange rate on the noon of each day. There is a question from the chat. Question to Volodymyr. Andriy Pyshny declared publication draft legislation about insurance of war-related risks. This question was asked already. The draft legislation is being reviewed. We need to advocate. Also, the exporters have to do it, have to participate in this activity. We have quite many questions of this kind. We as journalists actively discuss. because retail cannot find common language with postal operators. And the same with insurance. Everybody wants insurance, but nobody wants to pay for it. Thank you very much indeed. And we shall meet once again on Thursday on the briefing. Everybody is invited to watch the extension of this dialogue on the foreign exchange policy, macro predictions, and to hear what is the next key policy rate of the NBU, which was promised to be delivered on Thursday. Dear participants of the forum, now we move to the next panel. I invite the moderator of this panel, Kirill Bondar, a partner and financial director of Unit City. I would like to share the life hack. In Kiev, as usually, there are quite many events, hundreds. Every week you can join a few events. On every event there are a few panels. And to me there was a challenge. First I chose the ones with better lunch. And then I was more interested where to go, where not to go. My secret consists of 3 elements, which panel to join. Usually the fora begin with speeches of the leaders, the big bosses, and there are nuances, because they cannot tell the full truth, because they are officials. A most interesting panel is between the big bosses and lunch, because after lunch everybody falls asleep. The second life hack that is that on the panel there must be new people, because as you may know, in Kiev there are 100 people who attend the same forums. Even we remember their names. If you come, you can see them. If there are new people on the panel, they don't speak much. That's interesting, because they have fresh ideas we did not hear before. As I said, story is that there must be foreigners, there must be international companies, because they have different views, different experience, different culture, and different dialogues, and this helps developing. And now we shall have exactly such a panel between the lunch and the big bosses, with foreigners and people who don't speak much, yet they only speak on selected events. Therefore, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers. Please take your seats. Please proceed.
We are almost gender balanced here. Well, we will be speaking about the role of the state-backed export support. It might seem to be a boring topic, but I would like to assure you that it will be really interesting thanks to our speakers. We will not be talking about declarations, general programs. We will be talking about the fact that the state support has to work as an ecosystem, because you know that the most successful cases were created in ecosystems. Not only it is related to Unit City, but to other companies like Google, Apple. I'm sure that Ukraine is moving closer to developing state-backed export support. You remember that back then we had a free market, then some institutions started emerging, and currently we are at the intersection. You also know that 1 hryvnia invested into the ECA allows to increase the export revenues by 10 or 20 hryvnias. And this is not about expenditure, but about success. So we will be talking to the head of the ECA, Katarzyna Kowalska, the Polish ECA. Katarzyna, hello. You have such a charming smile. We will be talking to Hennady Chizhikov, a legendary person, the head of the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Trade, Svetlana Pavlovska, the deputy head of the European Business Association, and Yevhen Hrbanyuk, the senior specialist of the World Bank. We already mentioned today that exports have decreased, that the turnover in Ukraine has increased by 30%. We also mentioned that Made in Ukraine also contributed to the increase. It testifies to the effective work of the ecosystem. Globally speaking, we can see that liberalization is not in fashion anymore. And there is a Berna Union, the International Association of Export Credit Agencies, and in 2025, support to the states amounted to $2.3 billion. And we can see that those countries which provide support to ecosystems, not like Southern Korea, no. For example, Southern Korea has seen three crises in over 3 decades, and every time they were able to get out of that crisis thanks to the state-backed support. Germans are also involved in this domain, and currently they are reforming the export support system. So what should we do in Ukraine in this regard? So the first question, who would like to start? It's up to you. Which component is a kind of a narrow niche in the Ukrainian system, in your opinion? For example, coordination of tools, rules of play. So what is the thing that is most painful? That is my first reaction, because this question is more related to businesses, those exporting their products. And the main painful thing is that our system is not systematic. In the first panel, we heard about different programs from the Export Credit Agency, but in fact, when we ask businesses, every separate company, they have to search for information. And when we asked the companies, like recently we carried out a survey on energy supply, and we found out that companies badly needed not financing but some predictability. Of course, we cannot predict what our schedules will be, but it's important to communicate with businesses. So the main thing is that we need to bring all these support systems into one ecosystem. We had an honor to talk to Ruslan and his team at the end of last year, and we do acknowledge that the Export Credit Agency plays a coordinating role in this ecosystem. I do take it that Ruslan will find it quite challenging, but in your opinion, what do your members of the association say? No, okay. 5 minutes before our panel started, we talked about currency regulation. You know, we would like to invest into recovery, and it's really important. And this is the painful thing that we have. Hennady, what is your sore spot? No sore spots. Everything is really well. I'm joking, you know. When you start talking about your sore spots, you then do not know what to finish with. So I would like to speak more about needs. You know, different enterprises, companies, they reach out uh, on different for different reasons. I completely agree with Svetlana regarding the fact that we lack systematic approach towards doing things. Ukraine is an export-oriented country. Without export, we will not be able to survive. That is why our activities are to be designed that export becomes easy for small and big, medium-sized enterprises. Unfortunately, today we hear that export is not an easy beat now, which is also proved by the statistics. For example, we have more than 1 million business entities, but when we consider statistical data, probably they are not really available, publicly available, but only 15, 20,000 business entities engage in exports, which is too little for our country. The fact that Ruslan initiates different measures to boost the importance of this organization so that it takes center stage for us to be able to engage as many enterprises as possible into exports. The more business entities engage into exports, the more likely we will be able to win our economic battle on the foreign market. Probably it is really hard for you to answer what that single key sore spot is, because then you will have to solve it. So what is your take on that? Look, speaking of that single big sore spot, I would like to mention that the last export strategy expired in 2021. Last year, an export strategy draft was presented and it was developed by the export community, but it was not approved. So, speaking of some particular components of lower levels, why they are workable or not workable, will be possible only after we know what the system should look like. There should be an export strategy which will define the key markets, the types of products to be supported. After that, we will be able to talk about the support export support system. And there is an issue because different institutions exist in different domains. And my view is that these institutions should implement this policy in the ministry. So at the higher level, we need an export strategy which the rest will be based on. Thank you. I would like to ask a question to Katarzyna. Can you hear us?
This I can understand.
Okay.
I feel fine. Thank you very much.
English is okay?
Yes, thank you.
Katarzyna, the question is, you are definitely engaged in Poland export promotion, but you know a lot
lot about Ukrainian export promotion and export ecosystem, export support ecosystem. Where do you see the biggest difference between Poland and Ukraine? Because Poland is extremely successful, right? The Cookie was #1 export agency in the world last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, thank you very much for that. The most obvious answer for now, at least, is that the biggest difference is that we don't have a war in our borders, and you do. So this is the biggest challenge that your country needs to face. In terms of ECA itself, KUKE this year is having 35 years. Your ECA is much younger, but it's very flexible and learning very fast to deliver the services that are needed to the market. I was trying to follow a little bit the answers of my predecessors. I'm sorry, I didn't understand everything, but from the ECA perspective world, I think what we have done that we become the best ECA in the world last year is something that might not sound for you very, very obvious. We used the opportunity of the COVID times to totally change the approach of ECA world, because up to COVID, all ECAs, not only KUKE, but much bigger ones like Euler Hermes, like BPI France, like those, the biggest names with the biggest volumes, they were working a little bit like the ministers. They were waiting for the clients to tell them what they need. So they were not changing their products, they were not inventing new solutions for the market, because they were waiting for clients to present what they want, and then they were following what the clients wanted, what the exporter wanted. The very realistic answer is most of the companies in the world don't understand what ECAS does. So we try to approach another way around. We said to ourselves, we are the specialists of the market. We should not only follow the needs, because this is very important, but we should know what they need before they will tell us. So we came out with totally new solutions to the market, and we presented them to our clients, to exporters, as something that they are really in need. And up on that changed approach, we built our success. For example, what I think might be very, very important from your perspective, especially Ukrainian perspective, is the change in the approach, how we can support the exporter. Before COVID, we only supported the trade or the investment abroad. In Polish case, Polish companies are they were not, and they are still not strong enough on their capitals. So we thought if we want to have strong exporters, we need to help them grow inside of our country. They need to first be stronger in Poland to be able to go abroad. So we started to finance and to cover the credit risk. I will move forward then with the war risk, but we supported the Polish companies with their capitals inside of our country. So we supported the CapEx investments into huge production lines for some companies that, thanks to that, could increase their export. So I think this might be also very important from your perspective. I know that ECA already supports exporters with the financing, operational financing, but it can be also grow with the CapEx financing in the future, probably. The challenge for ECA would be that inside of our countries, export credit agencies cannot cover the war risk. Inside of our countries, we can cover only the credit risk. So this is something that can be approached. And getting back a little bit to your first question to the panelists, what doesn't work is exactly, I think it was said already, the coordination. Because there are a number of different tools, different instruments and financial supports, but I think we are in chaos among them, even myself, when we are talking about instruments to support cooperation with Ukraine. I see the chaos even here in Poland when we talk with different institutions. So I have only Polish case. You, in your country, you have a number of different countries engaged, different systems, and I think better coordination is needed.
Thank you, Katarzyna. Thank you for that. Євген, ви останні, але найбільш важливі.
Yevhen, you are the last to speak, but not the least, because the World Bank provides a sizable amount of funds. So, what is not working in your view? So, what really stands out? Are we talking about state-backed support? Yes, we are talking about ecosystem and export growth and support in Ukraine. To put it briefly, I would say that it's about understanding the level at which the country has to focus on in terms of their efforts. Speaking of different operations, export contract insurances, support provided to exporters should work smoothly. There should not be any issues. It's really good that the currency regulation issue was solved. The second point is that short-term support for exporters that need to boost their exports into certain markets. For example, when the European Union introduced autonomous trade measures, some of our export groups managed to increase by 13, 15. So in such cases, we need to support our exporters. And thirdly, in terms of our country, it has to provide long-term investment support to those businesses that are trying to enter new markets, trying to start producing new products, and this is where the biggest gap exists. And I think that there are many projects now supporting long-term investment aimed at export growth. There is another reason why there is a lack of investment. I would say one thing that will not be really appealing to Ukrainian exporters. I do take pride in those companies that export their products abroad, but let's imagine that, the times when all Ukrainian customs officers, they moved to Lukhiv in the Sumy regions, and we can freely access the European market. So the question is, what would we be able to offer? You already mentioned that in the first panel, the minister mentioned that the Polish people, they were revolting against the Ukrainian grain, but they were not against Ukrainian machinery equipment. So our local exporters, they need long-term support Sorry for speaking too long. I mean, big producers, for example, top exporter of poultry, they do not even have to reach out to banks for financing. There should be some structured tools, obligations, project financing, and things like that for SMEs. Of course, there must be programs, not to mention program 579, but there should be state-backed support system. For example, like we had export development project which was aimed at that. But the last point to mention here is when we will be able to freely access European markets, the fastest way to join it will be to bring their big companies that are already operating at that market. I mean, especially those products that we do not have a competitive edge on, like vehicles and all that. So we will have to attract foreign direct investment, and our country will have to, our state will have to think about how to create such conditions, favorable conditions. I will then sum up this part of our conversation. You mentioned the lack of experience in terms of a systematic approach. Of course, another challenge is the war going on in our state and other things. Dear colleagues, you can make use of the QR code and send your question. So we will proceed with the second part of our conversation. Ruslan, I will turn to you. So you have grown really fast in the recent year, but I would like to ask you about the difference in how do you see an export credit agency not only as an insurer with one role, but as a coordination center between the state, banks, international partners. So where do you already have this ecosystem, and what still works in a fragmented way, and what are your plans for the following 10 years? We do not have one for the following 10 years, but we have a plan for the period until 2029. We developed it in 2024 with the support of the World Bank, and we were the first companies that adopted this plan according to the guidelines of the OECD. I would like to mention that we did not manage to grow by 50%. Those were our clients, and we are immensely grateful to them for giving us an opportunity to support more experts. But yes, indeed, our strategy states that the ECA has to become a center of financial expertise for the Ukrainian transporters by 2029. Currently, one of the key issues of Ukrainian exporters, speaking of the challenges related to our agency, they are access to financing and risks abroad. We do not have monopoly, but the problem is that in our portfolio we have such countries as Nigeria, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and it is very unlikely that an average market insurer will work with such countries. As a rule, they will work with the OECD countries like Europe, Northern America, Australia, and the cost of such insurance will still be higher than here. You know, in our case, it could amount to 1.6%, 1.1%, 0.1%. So we have to take into consideration such measures as the lack of some products and focus on that. This is the task of our state. Speaking of accessibility of finance, in 96% of our portfolio make up for bank credit insurance. We have an experience of working with bank guarantee insurance, and in this case, we have monopoly. Correspondingly, speaking of financing, then the ECA has to become a center of financial support and close those gaps that cannot be closed by some other players. So if it if a client has a good situation, but if it's not the case, they will not receive funding from a bank if they are not able to cover collateral, or if it's a newly created company with no work record, then what should we do? So such gaps should be covered and provide support to exporters in cooperation with banks, other ECAs, in particular reinsuring against such risks. We authorized some brokers when we have some real outcomes in this regard. We will, of course, inform you of that. So the exporter who really wants to grow, they reach out to us, and then we assist them, for example, with analytics in this or that country to secure funding. And this is what a financial expertise center is. You are working with a big amount of information, a huge amount of information about what our country exports, what it can export, about our competitors. And actually, when Mikhailo Fedorov was the Minister of Digital Transformation, he mentioned that our country will not only be an IT country, but the country with AI agents. Will we have such an agent regarding TCA? Look, it depends. You know, we have to differentiate between the competences of organizations. For example, if we receive an application from a company asking whether they should enter this or that market, there is a special institution responsible for the entrepreneurship and expert growth. But if we ask the AI to put together a structure of financial agreement, then it will not help. From my experience, none of the ECAs are utilizing such tools. Every separate case is different from others. They are unique with their clients, with their equipment, products, logistics routes. So things are very much different in this regard. So I would focus on enhanced internal domestic competency of the company, and when it gets widespread, and I think that the number of exporters limited by the law and falling under our codes and in need of support, they are even more limited. For example, relatively speaking, if we have some exporters, I mean thousands of exporters, then if they have sustainable cooperation with their partners, they might not need our support.
We cooperate with those who require support, and this is a niche product. Since it's a niche product, there is no point to follow the story of AI, rather finding individual approach to every client, as this will not take much time. I will quote an example. We all know that DFC held several contracts in Ukraine since 2022. How much time does it take to approve one contract? It's half a year. Starting from half a year, how much time? I understand the scale and so on, yet the process is identical. How much time does it take for ECA to ensure the loan on the individual basis for ICAO with all documents available? 1 week. Is there any point for additional capacity for the ECA? And we launched the product. It was on the side screen. Easy foreign economic contract. How much time does it require? For us, in order to process one contract, it took about 1 week, 1.5 weeks to collect all documents, opinions of all services, decision of the management board. It's 1.5 weeks if all documents are available. Now it takes 20 minutes. The product is small, up to 400,000 hryvnia, yet after simplification of foreign exchange regulation, it opens the way to increase the coverage for this product. We can make it up to 1 million hryvnia, and we shall see what is the statistics, how it operates, and what is the demand. After that, we shall keep increasing this amount. The task is that we make the product which is acceptable for the client, quite simple, quite understandable. AI is just a tool of how to do it. Therefore, currently not. We shall use other instruments when we find out that we have depleted everything. We have to develop further. Most probably, we shall have that matter. Most probably, this is a matter for another story, another strategy of the company after the year 2029. Today, everybody is asking about AI. Shall we imagine our Polish colleagues have discussed, they go to client, they know what to do, they know how to export, and they go to Polish companies saying, we shall teach you, we shall support you, shall we make it together? This is proactive position. And you clearly understand what happens to Ukrainian business, medium and large business. If you work for the export credit agency, what would you do in the first 3 months, the first 100 days? Understanding the needs of Ukrainian business, what would you do? But you cannot quit, of course. As Ruslan said before, everything is nice. He did well. It's a culture. When we speak about exports, we say there is an opportunity to have a helicopter view. Is it possible to watch the business, what they are doing from day to day, and how? Shall we understand, continuing the topic as you said before, we are export-oriented country. With no exports, we cannot survive. We live in the times of the war, yet shall we look into statistics? Imports is twice as large as exports, 80 to 40. What do I see? That Ukrainian business finds it easier to import rather than export. Therefore, due to the war, we didn't have such terms and conditions with our main counterparty. 2/3 of our borders are closed. We are trading with Europe and via the Black Sea. European Union opened the borders to us. Did the exports increase 2 or 3 times? Just a percentage. It means that our policy of support of exporter, increasing quality and quantity of our exporters, currently fails. It does not work as intended. And we need to think what to do next time. This is not possible with no investment. We need to think about it. Before the war, I remember the number that 25% of Ukrainian exports to Germany have been German investments to Ukraine. Therefore, we need to think today how to increase Ukrainian exports. With no investment, this is not possible. With no simplification, that a number of Ukrainian companies would do it easily. What ECA is doing jointly with banks must be the axiom. I can also say sharply, however, not so many countries except for Ukraine who do business for their own money. Worldwide, the main idea is to go to the bank. The bank is my partner, then to insurance companies. Thank God, there is at least someone who wants to do business. Everybody prays to him. Shall we go make money with you? Because the bank only makes money when the business works. ECA will work if there is business who wants to make money. Therefore, in our system, we don't have to postpone it. I'm happy that such a conference and today draws the attention that this problem will not resolve on its own. Today we need to discuss how to make, in addition to investment, what mechanisms to invent so the system operates as a unified mechanism of exports, and it becomes easier in our country to export than it is to import. I'm not against imports. I understand the difficult situation, also a war-related situation and so on. And yet we need to think of it at the level of such conferences as today's inspires me from the perspective that this is a problem. Also, business association, our colleagues, EBA, MCHAM, Federation of Employers, other organizations of the Chamber of Trade and Commerce, that we need to think how to do it, not postponing till tomorrow. I remain the optimism. Ukraine has quite many services and they operate. There is a service, Nazovny. Ukrainian embassies in different countries help Ukrainian companies to access the market. They answer in WhatsApp within a few hours. They speak any language. They are interested, motivated, young. Sometimes I don't expect it from the country. And this is cool. We don't know of everything. I learned of 400,000 hryvnia about insurance, and I have sent to several exporters, which is also cool. Indeed, such systems as Nazovny, international departments and different business associations, the state organizations must be more numerous. Of course, I have also the idea, and I contact someone like Nazovny, Ukrainian chamber, foreign chamber, and I discuss what to do and how. Within ECI, we can take decisions within a few hours and go selling, as Ruslan said before. Is it like 2 hours or something like that? I'm kidding, of course, but this must be in cooperation. Coming back to you, there is information that MIGA and World Bank, MIGA as part of the World Bank during the war, gave insurance for the total amount of $220 million US of coverage. A few transactions took place, not many. What is the obstacle? Most probably the credit limits for Ukraine is larger than just $200 million. What prevents you from doing more? And what mistakes Ukraine should not repeat following the other countries? Expanding this thought about the three levels. I will try to answer. I work for IBRD, and MIGA is a separate institution. We have the limitation. We did several contracts in the beginning of the war that we call war-related risk insurance. They have a classification of risk of their own, and those first contracts, in our understanding, have not been the war-related insurance. They have insured credit risk of Ukrainian sovereign bonds against the default if the war finishes not as we expect. Probably this is not the type of insurance we need, yet there is a standard product which has demand. Some foreign banks bought it. There is another contract which was almost finished, and yet they did not manage. What they could insure was no longer subject to insurance. We did not manage. Unfortunately, this was the reality. To this extent, I would like to advise. I have an advice as follows. To understand the role of those institutions, MIGA, DFC, to clearly read their policies, what do they insure, and what are the terms. What I wanted to say, when I look to the list of projects of the World Bank of Turkey, 22 or 24 projects, different, small business support, exporters support, all kinds of segments. Because in Turkey, they examine in detail how the policies operate. Honestly speaking, I don't even know all of the procedures of the institution. There are the former clients of ours in this room, and those colleagues from Ukrainian side know the procedures better sometimes. Simply, one has to be more proactive. One has to propose particular projects and particular solutions that fall under description of products offered by MIGA or the World Bank. This is the overall advice. However, it works. One has to read the manual, that's what you say. That's true. I tried to list MIGA contracts. They're all individuals. The clients came, they have insured Ukrainian bonds against war risk. Another client was prepared to insure the production assets, and yet he did not manage. They have been lost earlier, before they have been insured. MIGA products, DFC products cannot be mass products. Do you have the feeling that the number of projects with high quality of preparation sufficient for DFC and MIGA is quite small? The bankable projects are few. Don't you think so? That's true. Of course, I can answer like this. We can think, why does it happen like this? It doesn't mean Ukraine doesn't have people who do it. There is a particular example. I would not like to quote the institution, and yet we had the project where this all happened with high quality. Support was provided to hundreds of Ukrainian producers over 18 years while the project existed. To be careful, we still have some residuals of paternalism. We expect everybody must come, open the borders, buy our goods. Of course, there are good quality exporters. They are very proactive. At the same time, they take care of their own market and their own goods, which is pretty obvious. And this is also understandable. However, at the level of the country, one has to be more proactive, individually and at the level of the country. Yes, indeed, we don't have to wait. We need to be self-confident. Also, as you try to invite real investors, not waiting before the war ends. You can see a lot of Ukrainian business and Western business. Could you give to us some optimism? Could you please quote few cases of the recent years, of the wow cases when actually the business has successfully cooperated with ECA, when the scope of business increased or they launched new business? Maybe you know of such information. Asking you of what does not work. There is a good case. Our companies, at least member companies of EBA, stay in Ukraine. They don't leave the country. We are grateful to them. Also, I would like to thank the companies who continue operating in the frontline regions. They continue doing so, and last year we produced 2 analytical documents with particular recommendations. If possible, I can return about the recommendations to the systemic approach. Because you have banned me in the context of systemic approach, then everybody discussed that systemic approach is good. Therefore, I would like to return back to it. That actually everybody was saying, including Ruslan, the unified entry point, the hierarchy, understanding of business, whom to apply to. You bring the parameters of the project, you have support of the project from ECA, Ukrainian rails, customs, and international grants are the puzzles we are looking for and we request, because this is badly needed for business. This is what Katarzyna said before. They went to the companies asking what do they need to be successful. And here, coordination is also important with overall international policy of the state, because today we negotiate. And I liked it when on the first panel we discussed China, we mentioned China, different opinions, yet they're quite smart and they are public policy in support of exports. This is important when on international negotiations, we don't surrender, we don't give up the positions of domestic producers who aspire to access international markets. Therefore, architecture comes first. And another thing which is also important is differentiation. We speak of different regions in Ukraine and support of the state in different regions, pre-frontline regions. I would like to thank the Ministry of Economy, which followed the proposals that we gave last year, and we have supported about risk insurance and compensation and the reservation for companies, 100% of critical companies, because there is a disaster with it. And we have discussed and we gave proposals about support of territories adjacent to the EU. With a different support, we speak of transborder cooperation, we speak of industrial parks, we speak about a no visa regime on the customs, and this is what will attract companies to Ukraine in order to build for the sake of further exports. The third thing which is important is support of critical infrastructure. Shall we be honest? When there is shelling of seaports and river ports, when chaotically they block our borders, any support projects, even the best ones from ECA, will not work. Therefore, insurance and international support, which is available today, and also focusing on the logistics and the energy infrastructure, is our prerequisite. And then we need to discuss point by point. The dialogue we have with Ruslan, and today we shall have more meetings on individual directions of exports. This is important, that we understand the opportunities, because some companies are quite skeptical, as last year they spoke about compensation of damages of 1 million, which is 20,000 euro. We can use it very quickly, and we understand there will be even more damage. Yet development of instruments discussing that is really important. Katarzyna, if you...
I'm trying to follow.
We are discussing expert support. Sorry, we failed to provide translation, but maybe Ukraine...
No worries, no worries. I was not aware that I can understand so much in Ukrainian, so I learned something about myself as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We know that Cookie has completed the deal last year where you provided insurance for 45 million euros with MIGA for Polish investment in Ukraine, which gives me a sign that you know a lot about Ukraine. And from our experience in Ukraine, the state institutions, they usually change when the government is changing or president is changing. So it's always a challenge to build a long-lasting strategy, as we discussed. And expert support is that kind of policy. You have to build it and you have to keep it running for years. You are running Cookie for 30 years. What makes you so stable with all these changes in your parliament, presidents, and why are you so special? What makes you so special? How do you protect Cookie from political influence, if you allow? This is the first question. And the second, you mentioned that you go for the client and you try to make business with clients, support them, and you're very proactive. So the question is, does your compensation depend on your results or not? Because in the Ukrainian public sector, this is a case. I mean, because they have fixed salary and they don't have bonuses. Thank you.
Yes. So starting from the beginning, first of all, yes, it is very important. And in many export credit agencies, the boards are working within them, no matter what how the parliament is changing. And sometimes this is good, sometimes this is bad, because if some people are too long in the position, they are becoming a little bit lazy. Myself, I am in Cook already 10 years, so you are aware about Polish politics. I'm working already with very, very different party than before. So yes, this is a challenge, and why we succeeded? The answer is quite tricky. First of all, I hope my parliamentarians are not there on the stage or are not listening. Most of them don't understand
everything is recorded. Everything is recorded.
Okay, I will be honest. Most of the people don't understand what we are doing. So if you are giving them the comfort that you understand what you are doing, that you are the expert, it helps a lot, because it is very, very difficult to find the experts on our niche in the market. So because it is so tricky and so difficult, it helps. Second thing, it's not also politically correct answer. From my perspective, is that we don't have a real cash, you know? The credit insurance, it is something that allows transactions to happen, but because the real cash flow is not going behind that, is least sexy for those people who want to manage real money. This is not politically correct, but this is true. The third thing you have mentioned, yes, the salaries are lower than in the banking sector. We were able to negotiate with the time to make it closer to the market. And we have an MBO system as a board. But we don't have, our wages, salaries are not correlated with the scale of the business at all.
Okay.
So this is the first part. But you have asked before for something optimistic for the trade. And I have optimistic numbers to share if you allow me.
Yeah, if it's not Excel table, then of course.
It's not Excel, but I'm also responsible for the risk. I'm the risk chief officer in KUKA. So for Ukraine, our exposure at the moment only for the short-term business is 350 million euro. Within the time, for the last 4 years, we insured, I think at the moment, more than 2 billion euro of Polish export to Ukraine. But why I'm saying it is positive information, I hope that Ruslan has the same loss ratio in his portfolio with the Polish contractors as I have with the Ukrainian companies. I really promote Polish of course, because this is my job, but Ukrainian private sector, and I'm doing that on many stages, comparing loss ratio that I have on my portfolio in Ukraine to Germany, to Great Britain, to Italy, the loss ratio is extremely low. It is extremely low. From perspective of the risk person, I have much bigger headache about the risk with Germany now than with Ukraine. Why it is like that? Because despite all of the challenges that you are facing, Ukrainian companies are reliable partners. And on this reliability of the partnership, I know those companies are also building their presence in Poland. So now I'm changing to switch to export to Poland and to other countries. Building the partnerships is extremely important, and reliable partnerships are extremely important. This is why a lot of Polish trade to Ukraine is going also without our support. But I can tell you something interesting. During the first 2 years of the bigger aggression, you know who sells my products best?
No.
Ukrainian companies. Because Ukrainian companies had to have a liquidity, deferred the terms for payment. And thanks to that, they were aware that KUKA is open for taking this risk. Sometimes they were saying to their partners in Poland, are you using KUKA? No. So please go to KUKA and buy the policy. So I reach bigger number of portfolio because I have my best promoters in Ukraine. Giving the liquidity to companies in Ukraine is extremely important, and this is one of the tools to do so. And actually myself, I'm very happy I did it 4 years ago, very soon, because this is also a profitable business for me, because we have reliable partners in Ukraine. The second thing you have mentioned is our transaction with MIGA. I can tell you at the moment this transaction is small, because very soon we are now closing 6 big transactions with the investments in Ukraine. Private sector works very well from my perspective, from the perspective of the risk person. And what can be more helpful to Ruslan, for example? I think they have many very good ideas, very new products they can deliver. What they need is capacity, because from the perspective of the risk, scalability is very important. So if they will have the capacity in their capitals that will allow them to grow, they will be able to give more also to their exporters.
Thank you, Katarzyna. Thank you so much. It's really wise. Thank you for that. І ми сподіваємося, що за кілька
And we do hope that in a few years or even now, foreign importers will be reaching out to Ukrainian exporters and ask them to secure support from the ECA. We have a few questions, some technical ones. To Yevhen from the company More Ukraine, I believe it would be better if this question is asked during the lunch break, because it's a very narrowly specialized one. Ruslan, do you consider supporting the codes 70 72.17, 72.29. We currently consider expanding codes. I have seen such expansion twice in 2022 when the law was considerably amended. Before that, we were able to support 16% of the Ukrainian products according to the codes, but after we have expanded it, was already 46%. And last year, when the amendments to the law were adopted and they came into force this year, energy was an allowed type of product. It does not mean that we are exporting energy supply. No, it's impossible in our circumstances, but it was designed so that we can support investment energy projects, because after the war is over, Ukraine has to restore its position at the international market as a reliable energy exporter, as we used to be. But after the first amendment to the law, it is really hard to change the codes, because you have to prove it to the members of parliament who make the final decision why they need to do that. For instance, we were really fighting for sunflower oil export, but we do understand that exporting it in bulk and in bottles that are ready to sell is different thing. So that is why sunflower oil, which is bottled, is allowed. So we have to take into consideration the added value and the level of processing, and whether these products are available in Ukraine. If it's an insufficient added value and insufficient level of processing, and in Ukraine you can increase the added value, it is very unlikely that our MPs will endorse such a decision. You know, if there is more to be done, please invest into your own production, and we will insure you against the risks. Please enhance your supply production chains. So to sum it up, we need arguments, calculations, outlets. We need to understand what it will be done for, because no amendments will be made to the law just for the sake of one exporter. Thank you. There was another question regarding currency regulation, but I think that we can ask it at the lunch break. Unfortunately, our time is up. Thank you so much for your participation, candid answers, optimism. So our lunch break has approached. Thank you very much for joining us. Keep exporting, and thank you. Dear participants of the forum, exporters, bank professionals, we are kindly inviting you to the third panel. I can see all the participants. We will be talking to the directors of corporate departments of the biggest banks. So allow me to invite the members, the participants of the third panel, Andrei, the board member of the Ukrsimbank. Natalia, are you going to speak now? Yuri Ochak, the head of the department for SMEs in Oshad Bank. Two charming women, the Department for SMEs Raiffeisen Bank, Tetiana Partshevska, the head of the Department for Corporate and Transactional Business, Ukrhazbank, and the head of the corporate business of the biggest bank, Privatbank, Yevhen Kulyakov. I am very inspired by the first and second panel discussions. I'm the board member responsible for marketing and sales. Our team is responsible for such things, and we are at the forefront, making our services, products attractive, appealing. So at this panel, we will be speaking to bankers. We already heard Bob Som and his words about digital products, and Privatbank springs to my mind. The board member of Privatbank was interviewed, and he mentioned that they are digitizing their processes. They focus on AI. Katarzyna from Cookie also mentioned this point. So in order to make the third panel more interesting, we have to think about what we should do in order to strike a balance between import and export. You already heard that import amounts to approximately $75 million and export just $40 million. So it is not a formal kind of conversation, but more of an open one for us to understand what we should do in order to support businesses. I also endorse the initiative of Madam Mikhailovska. I would like to turn to representatives of banks and say that we have many resources, and she offered using the EBA as the sales channel into Europe. So in order not to take much of your time, I will ask some questions to our bankers. Could you please tell us what main barrier to export promotion you see? What do we have to improve? Probably you already heard what Katarzyna mentioned about Ukrainian clients who were asking for postponing from the Polish colleagues. So, in order to be competitive, there must be some exemptions. So, I would like to give the floor to Andrei. Andrei, which barriers and reserves can you see in this regard so that hinder probably our export? Olga Batova has already mentioned project financing. Hello, people present. I think that on the whole, there are no barriers, but it's just from my point of view, from the banking point of view, which might not be compatible with the one of our clients. What I mean by saying that there are no barriers, I mean that bank lending is really increasing, and those banks that chose this strategy of active development are thriving, and the banking system has grown by 270 billion hryvnias in the portfolio. This shows that financial institutions are ready to support business and exporters, of course. The focus that we would like to bring, and which is the red line, is the utmost support for exporters that create high value added products in our country. Probably it is also important to support those businesses which invest into their enterprises, into new production capacity in order to produce higher cost products. So probably there are some technical issues in the agreements to be eliminated. We could also consider deliveries and the size of the portfolio guarantees, but all of these are details to be discussed, but they do not pose any problems. Yuri from Oshadbank. Yuri Wojciak, what is your take on reserves and barriers, and not only barriers, also what we need to work on together in order to promote export? My name is Yuri. I'm the head of the Oshadbank department responsible for SME sales. I will say an emotional thing. For us, cooperation with exporters is not just another financial tool for our bank. For us, this is even something bigger. We set our priorities in 2022, and we decided that we have to support our exporters, lend them money so that they scale up their production and export their products abroad. Why so? Because behind all of these are Ukrainians, jobs, taxes, state, and support for the armed forces of Ukraine. Starting off from 2022, when the ECA reached out to us with their initiative, we supported it and became one of the banks saying, yes, we are ready to finance. And back since then, we managed to support more than 6 million worth projects. Speaking of barriers, which is a good question, I asked myself, what barriers do we have? In fact, we have enough tools, everything for businesses to scale up. There are portfolio guarantees from ECA. Our limit is 500 million. It is a great tool. It is not really costly for our clients. We just need to show real cases, real examples, because it is often the case that our clients do not have all the information. There is a compensation program related to 579 program where through which they can buy equipment, and again, that is another great opportunity. I would say that banks have to properly structure an agreement, assess military risks, war-related risks, and make a decision, because businesses have to obtain this decision as soon as possible. If it's a small business, they just will receive their answer within 5 days, medium-sized businesses in 10 days. Yes, there is. So from my side, if you combine all the tools in a proper way, that would be an entry point for our exporters, which is also about our clients, taxes, and support for the armed forces of Ukraine. Probably it's an emotional statement from my side, but these are things that really matter to our clients. Thank you very much, Yuri. Thank you very much for your kind words. I do understand that there are no reserves of operational effectiveness. I think that there is one underestimated tool, which is international guarantees, performance bonds, in coupled with international programs. And our exporters are scared to enter into an agreement. And for example, let's take Biosphera, which will be delivered into international metro. They need to have options and stability. Any kind of services, transport, IT services, have to be coupled with an insurance and international programs that allow for issuing international programs. And that is why that was a remark from my side. Another speaker that we will be listening to is Alexandra from Raiffeisen Bank. So could you please elaborate on barriers, reserves, things to improve? I will continue Yuri's opinion and say that there are tools, but there is a big uncertainty for the businesses, and those who are ready to invest finally saw these opportunities in 2025. Another point is that they have low awareness. We also observed, as our colleagues from Ukrsi Bank did, that 2022 was saw a better interest for a portfolio. This is the demand not only for purchase and equipment, but it's really great that the demand for international guarantees is back, but there were some from scratch costly projects, and it is great that there are clients who are ready to invest. And every client who reached out for invest credit, those were exporters with a higher margin, with more experience, and who comply with the requirements. Today, while talking about exporters, it's not only about lending, because as it has already been mentioned, the total number of business entities are 12, 15,000 entities. We provide our services to about 4,000 business entities like this. And sometimes people think that they need to have collateral, and that is why they never reach us. And I think that we have to raise people's awareness, because our cooperation is about when people did not have enough collateral and they didn't scale up, or thanks to such programs as ECA and others, we open these doors for our businesses. But we have to work so that our clients receive this information. Thank you, Alexandra. We are also working with our team in order to cover not only war-related and political risk. You heard that Katarzyna mentioned the same thing, but as you mentioned, investment loans, and if you are ready to proceed, we are ready to proceed with tailor-made solutions. Thank you so much. Our panel is about an open dialogue so that we come up with new solutions. Let me turn to Tetiana Parchevska from Bank. This is another one of the most active partners of ours, active in portfolio insurance of export credits and both in individual loans, dealing also with new investment projects. So, Tatiana, the floor is yours. What's your take on that? Hello, dear colleagues. I would like to mention that it is not the first time I'm speaking at this panel, and I would like to mention that there are some barriers. I cannot say that they do not exist. It seems to me that today we are in the model of an ideal storm, which consists of such factors. The first one is the risks and the structure of the economy. As Vitaly has mentioned, export in 2025 has decreased by 3% and amounted to $40 billion. On the whole, it does not signal that we are doing the right thing and the export has been decreasing. It means that there is room for improvement. For us, agriculture and metallurgy in exports are important. And what about other industries like processing? But again, here we need more investment projects. On the other hand, there is such a barrier, in my view, which is double control. They go to, for example, our clients, they go to banks and to the ECA, and both institutions verify them. When we take risks, we sign agreements with ECA, and all these verifications, they do not contribute to our portfolio. I would like to mention a few words about operative business. We do not work with portfolio cases. We work more in relation to individual cases. So our colleagues in 2025 worked on a portfolio almost 400 million worse, and an average case was 10, 20,000 million hryvnias worse. And it is not a secret that this contract limit has not changed since 2022. All the economy indicators say that it's not enough. Last week, we received a proposal to increase this limit up to 40 million hryvnias, and thank you. We are grateful. We are preparing a response, but as for barriers, we also received a proposal to increase a fee for such limit. So, and when we increase a limit from 500 million hryvnias up to 1 billion, I would like to ask Ruslan a question, if I may. Why, by improving the why increasing the limit entails the increase in the fees? So if we have a portfolio, we've been working with this tool since 2022, we've been implementing it, we have a clear understanding of a default portfolio. I will respond to your question. First and foremost, Diana, you mentioned that inflation has been around since 2025, so it makes sense. But on the other hand, why was it 0.5, 0.6%? We are working in a competitive field, and when we were developing a program, we thought that the portfolio program would cost 0.5%. And, there is the National Bank of Ukraine supervising all of this. On the other side, and similar tools, they cost the same. So currently, the guarantee of the European Investment Bank is 0.9%, and our state one is more expensive and the limit is lower. So we are observing the market, the trends, and of course, we cannot but compare ourselves with them. And, if we stand lower than the market, then there might be some questions from the anti-monopoly committee. So if we neglect it, then we need to agree on every case with the anti-monopoly committee of Ukraine. But I will expand on my response. So a portfolio option is when a bank within a certain limit can provide insurance to a client really quickly. And currently we have such amounts as 20 million hryvnias. And at the same time, there is another individual tool which takes like 1-2 weeks longer, but it could be less expensive. For example, if it's a targeted product and it will be exported to European countries, North America or Japan, the tariff may be even lower than the one according to the portfolio program. And of course, the amounts will be much higher, up to 400 million hryvnias. So it's up to a bank. If you want to work with a client that we do not approve of, you can do that. If you want it cheaper for the client, you will have to work more, agree on this with us, and within individual products, there are 3 sub products, so there is always choice. So it's like express loan. If I want to secure a loan faster, then of course it will cost much more for me. But if I wait, then it will be cheaper. So I think that we act the same as the banks towards their clients. But again, we submitted the proposal to the bank, and we need to strike a balance when we will not lose our clients and the portfolio, but at the same time establish a good cooperation with the bank when all the risks are insured and limits are increased, because our capital remains unchanged, but we make a decision to increase the limit for one agreement. But all of this should be reflected in money, because apart from our business logic, there is regulatory reports, and then we are asked questions why the mean tariff has been going down from year to year, and so we have to strike a balance. I do hope that we will do that.
Of course, we shall find the balance. As employee of the state-owned bank, I am aware of all of the regulatory stories. Also, Ruslan, Mama tells me the cash is under the bottle. If the limit increases, it doesn't mean that it must be twice as expensive. As for the EBRD products, I'm not here to advertise, and yet we must be better because they accept country risk, and we are inside the country. We live here and we support our businesses. Therefore, our proposal will be about 40 million and below the commission that you have proposed. Please wait and we will respond. There are certain regulatory constraints in terms of investment lending. It's difficult for us to agree with the auditors because not every auditor, as they accept ECA guarantees as hard collateral, which must participate in calculation of the provisions as a hard collateral. There is investment contract on the table, and we discussed for over 1 month with ECA a lot of exchange of letters whether ECA guarantee is a hard collateral that we can accept as a bank for calculation of provisions. This is very important for investment lending. We stay in touch with you. We appreciate cooperation. We understand that we need to find an agreement with you because otherwise you won't be using the instruments. I will not tell once again what Ruslan said before. For the provisions, this is an important topic. The colleagues from Ukr Exim told me the same. Therefore, we need to respond when communicating to a regulator. And also the last but not least, or Mr. Kulikov, Private Bank. Regretfully, we did not cooperate that actively as share of the market occupied by Private Bank. This is our great resolve that our products become useful and also become part of the process of automated processes in Private Bank. Therefore, Evgen, I would like to enable you that you tell us how to improve the joint work and cooperation that you can use the products and support Ukrainian exporters. Good afternoon, Vitaly. Thanks for invitation. Also, you started because you have been concerned that this is a boring discussion, and yet coming to the fourth speaker, this discussion becomes very vivid, and with participation of the audience, I will continue the vibe. Everything was quite calm. People thanked each other. Now, when it comes to you, people tell me, well, I will show you what is the increase of commission and the limit of 40 million. And Ukrgasbank did not do it best so far. They just warm up. The way we can observe external environment and our internal kitchen for us to understand, starting from internal, there is my colleague Yulia Bitka, who is responsible for the working with IFIs and state programs. 3 years ago, 2023, the approach was that we make risk sharing of everything. All of the loans are part of risk sharing. Now, as we have first, second, third IFIs plus ECA, we have a range of instruments, and we need to choose which of them to be used. And now, Julia, as we have discussed, the typical question is when something new arises, and the question is how to implement and scale up. Specificity of Privat is a huge machine. 40% plus of all clients in Ukraine are clients of Privat. We are huge, we are big. This is a monster bank. Therefore, a decision that you take, if you take it right, will scale up to thousands of clients. If you make a mistake, it will scale up again for dozens of thousands of clients. Therefore, controls, verifications, wise automation, digitalization are of paramount importance to make the product flying. When Julia with the colleagues operate a number of instruments, the question of price, 1.2, 1.3, 1.6 as the limit, is not the only issue. Price is important, difficulty of administration of certain program or product, also true. The ability to scale up, yes, acceptability for the client of the terms and conditions of certain requirements. Therefore, there is a pool of questions we need to operate. Therefore, the question of price will not mean disappearance of scaling up the product. We need to look comprehensively. There are products and decisions of IFIs, solutions of IFI we can scale up for the bank. And there are solutions which remain individual. When we speak of micro and medium, those are massive automated unified solutions, and the automation is important. When we speak of major business, the largest Ukrainian exporters, it's important to sit in 3 teams, ECA, clients, and ourselves, and to structure the deal, because this is tailor-made approach. And this will not cross. To do more in the mass business, we have the willingness, indeed, we can see the potential in it. We need to look here in the administration, easiness for the clients, and the price as well. Because also the internal kitchen, you compete against our blank limits. If we can have issue to the client 20 million of the blank, because we understand the client, he has all flows with us, we can see the credit history, also reporting, the algorithm, the patterns of behavior, and we believe NPL is less than 1%, we can give the blank loan. The question is whether we need to add the instrument which costs, which is costly to administrate. This is a question of the balance ability to scale up. As for the larger ones, I would make the comment as follows. It's also polar. There are clients whom I'm surprised about, who during the war develop and they buy businesses, come to the new markets. They are exemplary. The examples to the others, they are cool to cooperate with. We can see how they grow. You would like to be the part of it. Some clients, due to the war, due to security risks, have to postpone the projects. And they are, if even you give a super cheap tariff for risk sharing or ECA cover, if the client says that project for 15 euro will be postponed by 1 year, I will not implement. The price of funding is of no importance. Therefore, about the barriers, the security, war, of course, it's a constraint factor which stops quite many projects of implementation. From the daily ones, for quite many clients, I called last week, the cost of funding is important. Yet, even people are more important. We lack people. We have the situation on the industry. Everybody works. All the pensioners, all the women, and disastrously we lack people. Also, electricity, everybody knows and understands. Therefore, it cannot be solved by price instrument we lived during the war. And finally, completing the round, returning microphone back to the colleagues who have been positive. I can say that we are also positive. We have increased, grown as private bank. Last year, more than 23 billion of increment of loan portfolio for legal entities. The same plan for this year, 23-25. We need to increase this year. Therefore, we do it, and we shall do even more. Also, I would like to make my comment because private bank is a big reserve and the opportunity for growth. Therefore, we would like that you integrate us into the process of product development and automation, and that we can use the same rails and platforms. And also, as you may remember, when we have worked together, we improvised. Therefore, we lack people. We can say one can give international guarantee of performance. We can ensure it, and this will be the combination even of the imports of people. It's a joke, but the idea is here for the future experts. We can combine experts with imports to do something like new product under today's circumstances, which is missing in other countries, even to make a new product in the market, because we have a lot of experience of improvisation and courage that we can make something new as a challenge of time, where the solution did not exist. Therefore, it's from myself. We have good communications, and I will be happy if you give us the challenges of what could be done. This is the first round. Now let me, for all speakers, to ask them personally from the perspective of specificity of the bank. Andriy, we return back to you. Andriy, you are responsible for corporate business of the main exports bank, the Exim Bank, Ukrainian Exim. Therefore, I would like you that you can tell us what instruments do you see, what kind of demand, what can we do with you. Also, I would like you to thank you because I know you for your team for a long time, because I come from trade finance, and some people work for 30 years in trade finance. I know them for long. Mr. Sviatoslav is here. And what else I would like to say? You are the bank which is using international guarantees. I would like to thank you that you're using such instruments, and I would like to tell the market that the advance payment return guarantee is better than the loan, because you reduce the risk of non-payment by counterparty. And secondly, with this advance payment, you finance the cycle of production of the exporter. Therefore, I would like to tell you whether the insurance via ECI can give you any additional opportunity, as we have discussed today in the lobby, amount-wise, combining exports and imports, investment loans, new investment loans. I would like to hear your comments and your recommendations of what could we do from your perspective and from the perspective of your client base and your direction as a main bank. In the name of it, we can hear the word export. Thank you for your question. I have a small question to you before. You remember who was the first bank who has issued the loan guaranteed by ECA? It was Ukrainian Exim, and also the first international guarantee. And by the way, you are the basic bank for us on the compensation program, because ECA is a successor. Our scope of cooperation do not match, do not correspond. The scope of exports of Ukraine, as we have here, 40 billion, and we need growth. This is not about 1 or 2 or 3 billion. It is about billions of dollars that we would like to, for which we would like to grow, all of us. Indeed, Ukr Exim, it's in the name, the main focus, and now the name coincides these days with the core. We are focusing all of the resources, including management and equity and management resources, liquidity, that we can be involved for what the bank was created. It means business support. And the main focus on exporters and importers. Last year, we held big volumes with more than 14 billion US dollars. We bought or sold currency for exporters and importers. For this year, we plan to develop lending. All of the components do exist. If to say where we can, what we could be for ECA, I asked the first question, who was first? We specialized on complex cases. You spoke of the team, indeed the level of expertise, the infrastructure. We have a special department which is involved in IFIs, the international tasks. We can structure very complex things. Quite many things are first in the market. Therefore, in that we can be useful, that we can start, as we have discussed today, like investment lending, investment financing. On our portfolio, we only have 25% of it. And the purpose is to increase the volume and the share and the proportion of loans for long-term projects, long-term investment projects of our clients, the exporters, this year and next periods. And we can try start working with you on certain project finance. Also, I would like to say that such things as international guarantees are the obvious business. Such things as international letters of credit. We are #1 by the amount of international letters of credit that we serve. Also negotiation instruments. If LOC with a postponement, we can issue cash for the postponement of LOC that we have from the bank, from a bank of international buyer, foreign buyer. For agri, we understand Ukraine is agricultural, regretfully or luckily, and yet it's an agricultural country for exporters. We also have special products like pre-export financing or simply financing for contracts. We issue money up to 80% of the contract, having the contract for production cycle, production of commodity. This is important direction. We are ready to move together. Yet we need to scale up by doing something difficult. We need to simplify it down to such a level that this could be digitalized, as a colleague from Private Bank discussed before, and developed on such a scale that would indeed have a substantial impact on the scope of exports which the country has. Therefore, we would like to become a continuation, as our colleagues said before, and also Tatiana and Yevgen, that we require that the client receives more service. They don't repeat in a circle. ECA, then bank, then back to ECA. You communicate with clients and you know the plans. And there must be a service. Like with Smetana Mikhailovska proposed accessing metro, and what the bank does not do, as I believe, Exim historically has most of international correspondent accounts, also channels. They know the clients, like yourselves. Therefore, via FI contacts, you can find direct counterparties and structure the deals using the trade finance instruments and project finance, and of course ECA. What I would like to comment about, what can make the pre-screening on the individual projects, that we are ready to do it, but when it is necessary for the client, they are not concerned when their decision is taken, not to lose important 3 weeks when everything is ready. It's not just for you, this is for every bank. I propose that you know the contacts, please approach, that we have planning in advance. And the clients feel less that administrative burden, that we can improve the procedures, and we can not waste on the administration. All the decisions are taken quickly and efficiently, because otherwise we lose experts. Indeed, we had all that last year. We reduced time to decision 3 times for the bank by some internal reforms. Therefore, we clearly understand that the time frame of response, a lack of bureaucratic obstacles is important, and we shall participate together with you. Shall we move to you, Mr. Yuri? Yuri has worked abroad. Now he combines his international experience First of all, I would like to divide cooperation with Ashad into two areas. There is a strong business which has been built by the team of Yuri and Natalia. This is one of the leading banks, maybe the greater leader for the clients of SME. I apologize, but we need to mark quite big shifts of Ashad Bank. That's the first part. And secondly, we have seen the interview of Mr. Katsion that Ashad Bank became the bank number one for the project financing for the big, large corporates. And we as ECA will be happy to cooperate with average and portfolio and new products that we have to apply. Later on, we shall discuss the opportunities, our capabilities of scaling. Everybody wants export factoring. Everybody thinks of postponement of payments in order to compete. Therefore, I would like to make a comment. I would like you to make a comment. What kind of trends do you see? What kind of opportunities do you see? Also, we understand that even it was bombed. In addition to energy, also logistical, warehousing premises, and this is a limiting factor as we analyze and as we can see. Therefore, we would like to hear from you the recommendations. What trends do you see, and what should we focus the attention that you can use, make use of it? I will respond to your questions and comments of the colleagues. Actually, on the stage, you can see the representatives of 5 banks. More than 5 cooperate with ECA. And today you can hear of the growth, increment of portfolios, and the clients. When I was on the stage back in 2022, when there was the ECA forum, and we just tried to convince the clients what is cooperation with ECA, what is lending, and the banks had a different approach. If we passed that stage, I'm happy that on the 4th year of the war, this joint economic front came to the client, and we tell them that we are ready. Ashad Bank is also ready. The question is that we are ready to absorb the credit risks and to finance. There is no question. From the other side, I would like to say that this is important, that the client who is involved in exports is different from the client who does not have the exports activity. This must be remembered. Because those are different corporate cultures inside the client, availability of financial director who can structure the deal, Vitaly knows quite well, and we spoke to him quite many times. It's not simply the accountant or lawyer comes telling, I would like to have a loan, shall we do something? This is a different thing. The client must evolve and take a step as he starts exports activity. He needs to build research, to build a strategy, to find out what is the production capacity, to take a decision to procure the fixed assets, to build the logistical process, to access the market, and close all risks to the extent possible on every area. This is what I'm leading to. We speak to clients quite often, and we speak with simple language. This is loans, this is coverage, this is the ability to obtain financial instrument, yet we don't provide advice of how to build the entire logistical chain and where the bank can provide insurance. I will disagree with Privat, with all my respect. The blank and cooperation with CCA are different things. Blank financing, simply cooperation with CCA are different stories, as they don't replace each other. Because when the client makes a product and ships abroad, he wants to have the guarantee that he is paid for such products. ECA covers this risk. When simply I take the blank from the bank and I ship something abroad and nobody pays me, nobody covers that risk, except for myself, the businessman who borrowed that loan. And this is the story to convey to the client the advantage of cooperation with export credit agency, and they will understand this is profitable and interesting. Digital is superb. This is also the story that we have. I support. We have a wonderful project with Deloitte. Now we integrate scoring models, behavioral models of exporting clients. We define the groups, the focus groups that we are working with, and we go with right decisions with right time to those clients that they can receive such financing. And finally, I can tell you that most probably we never had such an interest from international partners. This is window of opportunity for everyone, including clients and banks. Every week we have meetings with ambassadors. We have requests from the international people, including Japan, who would like to analyze the market, who is ready to cooperate with Japan. 1 week ago, I made the research of our target client audience who is interested to export or import from Japanese market the products to and from the Japanese market. There is a huge interest from the international people that they cooperate with our clients. And the clients who fall under that stream these days are interested, they enter, they seek advice, they cooperate, build their exporting culture, and they have wonderful window of opportunity that they access a totally new level. I really respect those clients who accept that risk jointly with a bank and export credit agency, because this is a step forward to scale up the business in the right way by covering the risks that people have these days. This is a short message from myself. If there are clients in the room who are interested to discuss the export lending, I'm ready after my speech to discuss with everyone and give the advice, and after that you can take your decision whether this is promising or interesting. Thank you, Yuri, that Oshad Bank is one of our most powerful partners, that also with your work you support our objective, which is expansion, and also that you say that new opportunities, new windows have been opened. I believe that everybody understands that they need to be used also as means of accessing the new markets. Therefore, you also have every opportunity, every international limit from such institutions as IFC, EBRD, I mean specialized lines. Therefore, when the client is accessing the new market, in addition to standard loans, please use international guarantees of contract performance, that they are not afraid for the first time with our exporters. Please use the advance payment under your international counter guarantees that ECA will also ensure that they are not afraid in the wartime to ship an advance payment. And also we shall verify partners when this is what I say, a guarantee of European Bank, a guarantee from European Investment Bank, EBRD, state guarantees we have access to in order to cover such risks is simply the time of opportunity. This never happened before in Ukraine. Thanks to the state, those opportunities have been created. This is not the easy time. Everybody faces an easy time. Everybody is on the same conditions. But if the business wants to survive, they will find instruments, and we as a bank will support them. How they doing so? And the resource, of course, yes. Now I give the floor and the opportunity to make a comment to Alexandra Prokorchuk, Director of the Department of Medium Corporate Clients of Raiffeisen Bank. Thank you for being the international bank and cooperating with ECA. Thank you also for your trust. I would like to ask you a question. First of all, to what extent our instruments are mounted in your quite serious international risk management system? This is some question. And to what extent are you using the network of Raiffeisen in Central and Eastern Europe as an opportunity to create for clients the new export opportunities that, conventionally speaking, you provide additional service to clients? Please, via the network, you receive the new buyer, and also we can together finance it also with participation of the efforts of the with the instruments of the Export Credit Agency. Cooperation is of high quality, and we have the transactions, as I understand, with no involvement of Export Credit Agency and other financial institutions would not be possible. Actually, these days we are actively using the risk-sharing programs. We have signed more than 1 billion 300 million US dollars of contracts with different financial institutions. Everything what is on the market, everybody who provides risk sharing, we cooperate with everybody. in addition ECA, and in addition the state guarantees. What are the benefits? On one hand, this is a workload on managers because the client, shall we be sincere, will not understand which program do they need, EBRD, EIB, ECA, or the IFC. The client fails to understand. This is the work of the manager as a jungler to advise, to choose if there is a possibility of cashback, and to work on it in a qualitative way with the client.
Можемо закрити максимальні потреби клієнтів.
As we have the wide portfolio, we can cover the needs of clients as wide as possible. On the cases we had with you, those are major projects. The clients scale up or build new plants. Therefore, this is the opportunity to provide the assets extended times-wise. The asset is not in place, and yet the demand is large, and they lack working capital. We have been working for more than 1 year, and we have learned, and we convey this information to the client and successfully implement in this area. Where else do we see the opportunity, and in what situations must we deeper and provide new instruments to the market? This is also insurance of war-related risks. It's very good that the government did a lot, and there is also compensation. I can say sincerely, just in my medium business for the last year, there are 20 groups who have sustained damage, and the damage is more than 1.3 billion Ukrainian hryvnia. The client faced a problem. When there is a missile strike, you had the goods and the collateral, but today no more. And those clients require support and attention. Really, I'm inspired how the business responds in such things. The suppliers give the postponement, the buyers pay in advance. We as a bank, we understand that the client needs replenishment of working capital, and we do it also using the instruments with the use of financial institutions, risk sharing, and so on. Regretfully, today we live in such a world where such cases are quite numerous, and this is only one part. Just for medium-sized business, for our colleagues, other colleagues, the situation is almost the same. If to return back to your question, whether we help our clients with upscaling, yes, we do help. Whether we can do it massively, regretfully not. You have here, we have 4,000 clients. This is physically unrealistic to cover that scope. Whenever we see the opportunity, we help the clients with opening of bank accounts abroad. Also, we have contracts where we helped our clients to receive guarantees of international ECAs at the level of Raiffeisen, Vienna. Therefore, we help in that level as we can. But not for every client it is suitable, not every client understands. As I said before, but many clients simply fail to understand that they can use lending. Therefore, we have focused on servicing, and we invest a lot that the exporters, who today are not the exporters, just are going to become exporters, that those companies find it easier to have their foreign exchange contracts served.
For example, in recent years, we have created a payment tracking, so the exporter, for example, is told that the money was sent and they understand when they will receive it. Secondly, if if you didn't send your application, then you will receive nothing. Today, you can submit this application at midnight, at the weekend, and receive your money. So we want daily operations to be easy and understandable for our clients. Another important thing we created was currency account. We want such activities to become easier for our clients so that they do not have to worry about some things. Thank you very much, Oksana. We have been in touch for quite a lot of time in recent years, and we are open to all all your recommendations. I'm sorry, can I just, Tatiana opened this Pandora box, so if all banks have risk sharing programs and experience of working with FIUs. Speaking of this, I would recommend considering standardization. It would be easier for us to work if conditions are similar, contract provisions would be similar. So we just need to make use of international practices and put them into life. Thank you. We do accept your proposal. We will keep in touch and work on improvement of all formal contract agreements. Tatiana, let me turn to you again and ask a question. So first of all, Bank is an eco bank. Yesterday, for example, I checked out the ECA of the Netherlands, and they insure green bonds. And, it sprang to my mind right away. I wanted to ask it at the end, but taking into consideration the fact that banks have different specializations, I would like to say that we have to create new opportunities and we do not have all the codes in the relevant law. There is Article 8 containing codes that we do not work with. And the first thing that occurred to me, and I would like to all the bankers and participants of our forum to send us the recommendations regarding codes so that they are excluded from the ones that are limited. For example, biogas. This is not something extracted as natural gas. It derives from agricultural products. The war will be over anyway. Ukraine will exist, will export, and for example, we could export biogas to Europe, but to produce it, we have to import equipment. Also, we can sell these products at the double margin. And today, according to the limitations of our relevant law, we cannot support such projects. So, Tatiana, I would like you to comment on this, on what we can do together in order to increase the number of such opportunities. Thank you very much, Vitaly, for your question. I would like to comment on my colleagues' words regarding bank lending and portfolio lending. I agree to some extent. I know that there are blank lending and they work if the cost of products is high, but another point is that a bank and a client have to be certain of compensation predictability. They should understand and have the clear rules of when they will receive reimbursement. So it is important to understand this. We have to have single, clear, transparent rules. Yes, our bank is an eco one. We engage in investment projects. Our bank is one of the few banks that engages in investment projects. We have a risk appetite for long-term 5-7 year loans. We are building together with our clients production lines, plants, and I would like to say I agree with Sasha that international programs and support, they are vital. I'm not here to advertise international programs, but when we consider wind power with 17 megawatt capacity, it is not the ECA that supports here. We know that the requests of our businesses are conditioned by the war that we are living through. So our clients, they have to build on their energy independence. They have to build energy accumulation systems and all that in order to reduce their carbon footprint. Our clients already know all the things related to that stage, and even more so, the request of our country is related to building alternative ecosystems. And of course, we want ACA to go hand in hand with us in this regard. As for investment financing, we have a major agreement, which I hope we will sign in February. We will implement it and will be proud of it and share with our colleagues at the next ACE forum. Thank you very much. I would like to highlight that other countries might not have this kind of experience. That is why your clients could export this experience of how they managed to survive during the wartime. Yes, of course. I believe that the times come, peaceful times come, quiet times come when Vitaly, I did not mention energy sector just for the sake of it. We would be exporting energy supply as well, and we have to build on this now to support ourselves and for the future. You heard Bob Som during the first panel, and he mentioned that ACE and export support has to be translated into the recovery of Ukraine. By the way, I'm communicating with the representatives of Miltech, and they are saying that they, for example, will not have their technologies exported if some foreigners have not invested into their capital. So thank you very much, Tatiana, for your comment, for fruitful cooperation in relation to SMEs and big corporations. And at this very point in time, I would like to mention that my colleagues from MSB, they cooperate with ACE in a very fruitful way, but still, I'm thinking about our next step, which is cooperation with a big exporter, which we have a lack of now. And you know that big exporters are major players in this field, and we have to support them. Yes, you can say that they do not need our support assistance, but I believe that if their products are decent, competitive, then we will be able to utilize it as well. Thank you so much, Tatiana, Yevhen. Privatbank is the leader with the biggest client base. I believe that, of course, you will comment on my question, and I would like you to answer the question regarding improvement. But, as I have already mentioned, one of the biggest goals this year is to establish our cooperation so that our products are embedded into your policies, into your procedures, and are competitive with other tools that are provided by your financial partners, EBRD, RIP, and others. So my question is to you. What do we have to improve to adjust our products? What do our clients need to do in order to cooperate with your leading bank? And I remember that your decision matters, and if it's the right one, then it allows for further scaling up. So my question for you is, what should we do together for you to make the right decision? And you I will say that we already started this journey. We had our online calls. Yes, we see the possibility of cooperation between Privatbank and ACE. Of course, I find it's great, but we need to have our Ukrainian domestic organization that is replacing IFU here. So we already talked about massive products, businesses. We will get back to that proposal with increased rates, and we will get back to that not only in relation to prices, but also what we would like to improve by joining our forces so that it succeeds. What we saw was a pilot, and another work stream is related to individual insurance with big clients. I would like to reflect on what Tatjana mentioned. We need to have big exporters, and in this case, we have to sit down with our teams and come up with some creative solutions, because there are always different cases which require a tailored approach. That is why we will be proceeding with two streams that I've already mentioned. And, it's important to mention the reality that we live in. And in the summer, you remember, we worked on one individual insurance case, one big exporter, but then it stopped because their production was completely destroyed by two Shahid drones, and then their priorities shifted. They needed to preserve jobs, relocate the remains of their production lines, and they needed support from us as a bank to get recovered and comply with the requirements. So we have to work on such cases as well. And, this very client has relocated, they are restoring their production lines, and I hope that this summer they will get back to the pre-strike volumes, and I hope that we will consider later a possibility of individual insurance. So such two streams, and how to work individually with big clients. But requests from exporters, as for it, I will not say anything extraordinary. We need either turnover or investment, for example, property rights. As for investments, there is a wide range of what our clients are building: processing lines, production lines, solar power, wind power. So there is a wide range of different requests. And I am happy that 2/3 of the requests we receive from our clients are investments. The ratio has changed, and currently the 2/3 are regarding investment. And we also have requests for M&A regarding merging, and it means that the market goes back to the initial condition. So we can satisfy and cover the needs of our clients. We just need to do our thing. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. We still have something like 16 minutes, and I will ask a question for all the colleagues. So what should we need to do this year in order not to think about next 5 years? And also, how can we strengthen our exporters' capacity? And my question is, what could be our reserves? I'm looking at Yevhen, and he mentioned that these should be convenient, large-scale solutions. And my question is, what is your recommendation? The Minister Sobolev mentioned buyer's credit. This is about taking on risks to sell equipment. And some people have to reach out and ask for taking on risks and providing invest credit. So the minister has mentioned this. It is important, but in Ukraine, we also have vessel construction, machinery construction. You know that we have spare parts producers exporting to Europe. We have to work and scale up some services. Before the war, there were 6 million worth IT services, which brings a good margin, value-added taxes, and something that cannot be attacked by a drone. Relatively speaking, yesterday I talked to the CEO of an IT company from Kharkiv, and they mentioned that they export their software to the Baltic countries, Latvia, Spain, Germany, and Kazakhstan. And he said that they didn't really know how to, that they were afraid to send the payment, and I recommended using the programs of international banks. So I would like to encourage all the banks here today to provide your recommendations on the codes. If you believe that it is needed to create additional jobs, and we have to work on this and advocate for these codes in order to exclude them from that list of limitations. The last point to mention here is that it is high time we solved the issue with export factoring. We do understand in order to compete, our clients need to have postponement, but it is necessary to mitigate the risks of the client, risks of fines, and provide liquidity. So that is my message to you, and I will give you the floor so that you give us your take on this. So, Andrei, the floor is yours. Thank you. 2-3 years is a strategic horizon. I considered how the structure of the export has changed compared to 2025. Nothing special, just something related to grains, iron ore, electronics, something like an increase by $200 million. If we picture ourselves into 2-3 years from now on, it would be great if we see an increase in exports of furniture, some services, machinery equipment. If this objective and goal is the right one, then we have to focus on this. Currently, we are financing many projects from the private sector related to military tech, which is another industry of the future. And in order to make our exporters competitive, they need to have structured financing tools. It could be, as you have already mentioned, international factoring, bigger guarantees. Probably it is hard to do during the war time because, of course, the country taking the risk puts a lot, and that is not probably a competitive tool. Our clients find it easier to take out a loan than pay for the guarantees. That is what we've been observing, unfortunately. But I do hope that in peacetime, such tools will be more commonplace, and we have to be ready for it already. Okay, we are bringing our victory together by joining our forces. So, Yuri, what is your take on scaling up our products? I am not thinking about 2 or 3 years from now on because it's really hard to foresee what could happen. Now, we do understand that the war is going on. No matter how hard we want it to be over, it is very likely that this year it will continue, judging from the blackouts, attacks. I visited Odessa recently, and 2 bridges on Bessarabia were nearly destroyed. So the logistics of our agricultural producers is endangered. Then, there are such clients from Zaporizhzhia who did not receive an opportunity to export because some ECA coverage of some regions is not accepted. This is the threat of the year 2026. The timber exporters have to give more thought to higher value added products. Agricultural exporters have to take into consideration not only the energy aspect and ensure a generator, but process their products and ship it abroad. It was a real problem in 2023 when a lot of grain just went off. So I would like us to be real, and if exports have not increased in the last 3 years, it means that we have to improve things. And on the positive notes, our banks are saying that there were a lot of loans in 2025, and I do hope that among those are our exporters, because we heard that 25-30% of exporters in this regard, and I hope that it's true, because we want to believe that our exporters will assist with export revenues, which is related to the inflation, our national currency, our well-being and economy. So I would like us to support businesses, and so that the bank's work brings its impact. I would like to mention what we have to do today. For example, we have to reduce the number of documents and move into the digital world. We can have statistical data, we can obtain different kinds of information and reduce the number of documents, because Ruslan mentioned 1 week, but before that you have to gather all these documents. Secondly, Vitaly has greatly presented the 400,000 worth product, so I suggest that there is a button for banks, and it would be great if everyone works on such agreements in the most effective and efficient way. To sum it up, what we as bankers need, we have to be more flexible. For instance, we had a client who wanted to take out a loan in zloty, and the manager mentioned, no, probably you should consider euro, but the manager is very much engaged into the case, and we now see that many more clients need this product, so we have to be more flexible. And if any one of you needs a loan in zloty, we are ready. I do agree with my colleagues, and I would like to mention that for us it is important to increase the limits on portfolio financing, and for me, as the representative of the corporate business, our investment insurance are important investment insurances, because without it, any added value is impossible. So we need to have high processed and value added products.
And as a businessman, I would like to open a question. Maybe the colleagues can support me. They don't shift to ECI or bank the responsibility about new investment. They believe themselves, they're ready to give surety, pledge their assets, and I'm grateful, especially the clients who are present here, whom I can see that together with us, you go for that investment, you believe in this country, and you believe in the future of our country and our victory. Thank you very much indeed. Just a few words. Indeed, we are all fed by the client on the chain. Therefore, we all know each other. There are quite many colleagues. And to have the general success, in addition to operational and product efficiency and overall strategy, the situation is which opens up the opportunity. On the other hand, it has to sponsor the application of the reserves we didn't use before. Therefore, as soon as I support every speaker, as soon as we are flexible and realist and look today what we can do in order to support clients. If the client receives a service, they will increase production, increase export potential, and then we all have something to live with and to develop with. And this is the base of Ukraine. This is what Ukraine stands on. Yevgen, please have the floor. About your comments concerning what we need to improve this year and how we could use the reserves that open up for today's circumstances. Tatiana wanted to add something. I would like to say that the final speech is remembered under a high competition and high liquidity of banks. We are all fighting for clients. Therefore, guarantee of ECA and insurance of ECA must not make the loan more expensive. It must be an add-on which makes the product better to be sold. You discussed that at least 3 times, and I have understood. The joke, which was reported 3 times, demonstrates that our team cannot be stopped by anything. Indeed, the rate is pretty too high and needs to be reviewed. If we strategically look forward under our conditions, even 2 years ahead, it's a long-term strategy. If you look back, we shall see that the structure of the economy changed a lot. There are sectors and industries which have increased, some of them have declined. And the thought is that in 3 years, the economy will not look the same as today. There are examples of other economies of the world, South Korea, Israel, which had similar challenges as we did, and they had similar transformations. Therefore, we need to live and work to understand where shall we be as the country and the economy in 3 years and be prepared. And also the wish to ourselves and everybody else, if we remember the first weeks of full-scale invasion, how quickly the decisions have been made, how quickly we did the impossible things. When the project of data migration on cloud, which is for 5 years ahead, have been closed for 3 weeks. We have lost that feeling of urgency and the need to run ahead with all our effort. Therefore, I would like to wish all of us that this urgency could be returned and we can double our efforts as we did before. And also I would like to join that flexibility is needed because the world around us is changing and we are on the verge of the change, and we as bankers together with clients need to respond quickly to client requests. So those requests and clients change quickly unless we adopt. If we are stuck with something, we are behind. Therefore, I believe Ukraine will be strong and independent, which has withstood this war, and we shall do our best to bring this time closer. Thank you, dear bankers, for your openness. We stay within the agenda. Your opinion is important, and we shall respond. Dear participants, before I give the floor to the moderator of our last panel discussion, Mr. Vitaly Kazimir, head of the Department of Sales in the Export Credit Agency, I request our technical team to show the video about the experience of our exporters, the clients of ECA, the experience of cooperation with our agency. Alexar is a family company from Odessa, which is 30 years old. Our company produced seals for security. Those are the seals on every meter and counter. Gas, electricity, heat, water. On all big trucks that you can see on our roads. Ukrainian postal office, Nova Poshta, logistical companies like DHL, this is also the client of ours. Also, we had a good case of cooperation with Police of Vatican. Police of Vatican has a lot of items, a lot of valuables, and all that must be controlled. The major clients are power supply companies, power generation companies. We have been exporting for quite many years. Most of countries are Europe. Since the beginning of the war, most of partners who have been cooperating with us for a long time, they said that they're not ready to pay, to make the advance payment to the country at war, at the active war. And there is a question how to control our risks. Therefore, we found the opportunity in ECA, and we understand that in partnership with ECA, we have the opportunity to cooperate with any country, and we had very indicative case in Africa. We have been working with them on 100% prepayment. Yet, during the war, most of our clients said they have no ability when your product cross the border. Then we can pay. Our Nigerian partner had made the supplies, and he said, "Well, we are sorry, I have no money." He was in touch, he communicated, but yet he had no opportunity to pay. Then we have been helped by ECA. They have closed this matter, and after that our cooperation became even more active because we had trust, and after that I understood that indeed this is a working instrument, and I began to recommend to the others. To me, ECA is one of the good instruments of our country which really works. Obtaining insurance payments is for everyone. As for the compensation, that's the main question. It's important if it is on the systemic level. You just put the percentage of insurance into business model, going gradually and reducing the interest, increasing the speed. In that case, the entrepreneurs will be active to cooperate with ECA. I believe this will be a very good case of cooperation of the state with business, which reinforces the state and both the state and business. We are in Orlyshina village in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. The company is 25-year-old. In addition to Julia brand, we actively using private label of our clients, both in Ukraine and abroad. Now there are 500 employees. Since 2019, we have been actively exporting Poland, Czech Republic, UK, France, Chile, Canada, Israel. The export is 45% of all the output. We cooperate with CCA since September of this year. We had 8 contracts for $450,000. On Ukrainian market, we wanted to preserve the production, at least in the scope we have. We understood this is possible only by development of experts. For that, the clients whom we have cooperated before could not increase their orders because it was maximum. We understood we need to look for new clients in order to have the guarantee that the money gets back. The average tariff is 0.62% for the insurance of the invoice that we insure. We are confident that we can receive the money, we cannot lose them, and this will give the opportunity to keep working. I would like to wish that Ukrainian producers actively start exporting rather than closing the production in the realities in which we are now, and actively involve the export credit agency because this is important and also a convenient instrument. Good afternoon. If you can hear me well, could you please tell me if you can continue? First of all, I would like to thank all the participants who have stayed for their stamina. You are all great. Actually, we have the last panel, and yet it looks to me that it will be quite effective, quite interesting. We have very nice participants. I start to invite the distinguished Dmytro Kiselevsky, Deputy Head of the Committee for Economic Development. He is Coordinator of Policy Made in Ukraine in the Parliament, if he is present. Mr. Kohan, Deputy Head of Rivne Oblast State Administration. Konstantin, First Deputy Head Chernihiv Oblast State Administration. He will be remotely connected. Alexander Protyuk, Development Director of Industrial Park Bila Tserkva. He is most welcome. Natalia Mezhentseva, Director General of Knitting Factory NTF, who was just on the video, and she presented the products and the company's operation. Ildar Toligenov, Finance Director for Elikat Smak, my compatriot, City of Mykolaiv. Please applause. Everybody has enough room. Everybody is tired. Indeed, I was preparing. I have a big speech. I suggest that we come down to business today. There are representatives of the government, regional authorities, and representatives of business. I propose that we move immediately to very important cases and agreements which have been implemented, which needs to be scaled up. And the most important thing, we need to look into such opportunities with the eyes of the government and eyes of the business. First, I would like to start with the program, which is called Made in Ukraine. We all know it quite well. Probably we use it. We all know what is national cashback, represented by Dmitro. I would like to thank the entire team which has to do with this program. It is most important that it enables exporters to move from exports of commodities and become producers and processors of products which will be then exported. Therefore, Dmitro, first question is to you. What awaits us in the nearest future about this program? What do you plan to add, to change? Your plans are very interesting. I would like to start that this is a typical mistake that national cashback had made in Ukraine. Those are not the same. National cashback is one of the programs out of 15 which are part of made in Ukraine. Therefore, they should not be made equal. Indeed, made in Ukraine, this is important policy which helps Ukrainian producers and exporters to develop their country better. This is like return of common sense into economic policy. Therefore, finally, when the war began and when missiles flew, everybody understood if you have the brochure of free market, you can throw it back, and you don't have a missile. No free market. Availability of goods in particular moment of time does not guarantee. And occasionally we found that nobody wanted to sell on time. No missiles, no drones, no transformers, no to neither present, nor to sell on adequate price, nor to sell quickly. Unless we have the industry of our own, we shall face the risk that when we need the items, we won't have the items, particular goods or money, which is generated by production of such goods to the country. Therefore, made in Ukraine is a policy of development of Ukrainian producers. It includes 15 programs for development of production, investment into production. The focus of the policy is processing industry. Speaking of such strategic objectives, the purpose of the policy is to increase the share of processing industry in the structure of Ukrainian GDP. We had 10% of it first year. It was 7.5%. Now we have 8.5%. It recovers slowly. The normal thing is 20%. Therefore, from where we are, the progress to 20% is the purpose of economic industrial policy. Also, I can say that contribution of policy made in Ukraine last year in economic growth, 0.95 of percentage points. Almost 1% of GDP growth was made by the policy made in Ukraine. We shouldn't understand that half of the growth is provided by the program. The understanding should be that among the favorable factors, the contribution of this policy was almost 1% of economic growth. Also, negative factors have eaten it back. For example, very high imports, distractions from the war, and other unfavorable factors. The biggest contribution into consolidated export was processing industry, 18% into consolidated budget revenues. Absolute terms, the highest growth among all of the sectors of the economy. Therefore, all of the efforts the government spends on processing industry returns back the economic growth and revenues of the budget. When we speak about the exports, the main topic of today's foreign exports last year has declined 3%. Alexei Sobolev in the beginning discussed that. And also there is a good news, and the good news is that the exports of non-commodity critical exports in all categories have increased. The agricultural products have declined, yet agricultural processing and foodstuffs have increased. Metallurgy, production of metals increased, machine building machinery increased, and also timber and products from it have increased, like furniture. Products of chemical sectors are growing. Against the backdrop of decline of exports of 3%, which is caused by decline of exports of grains. All other sectors of processing industries are growing. When we have better situations with the yield of crops and the exports will demonstrate sustainable growth, it's important that non-commodity process sectors are growing in the exports. As for the problems for Ukrainian exporters, there are 5 which are important to record that from forum to forum we can analyze and discuss. The first is, I discussed last year, are the constraints of foreign exchange profits. More than 1.5 years, the National Bank did not implement its activities, which is expected by the government, expected by the entire industry, 180 days. Yet, substantial shift. So the National Bank began the dialogue, and there is normal dialogue between the government and the National Bank on how on the positions of non-commodity exports for steel machine building, how on the positions of imports like machine tools, production instruments. We can walk away from an important constraint of 180 days because the machine tool cannot arrive on 180 days, whatever you do. Having that constraint is like putting the problems for oneself. The constraints in the EU, set by the EU, there are quotas, and it's a bomb, a very big elephant in the room, which can destroy our important export sectors. This is not normal. The companies can see payments 50, 100 euro per ton. As for metallurgy and chemical products and agriculture, it can be a big impact. A lack of sufficient export funding at some point of development of the ECA, one has to think of the buyer's credit, the instrument to credit foreign buyers of Ukrainian goods. And ECA is making the first steps. It has strengthened, and I believe that we could come to this discussion closer. Insufficient export promotion, this is a problem. Our diplomacy is involved in looking for firearms, negotiations of peace, uniting the allies. Yet the export promotion requires reinforcement. And yet there are problems on the foreign markets, duties in the US, Canada, Asia. There are trade obstacles. Those are the main export problems. One of them depends on the state. And very soon we can find common language with National Bank, and it will be increased at least 180 days or 1 year. Now about the days, the program made in Ukraine. We speak a lot, many people know, therefore I have listed. If you have questions, you may ask your questions. What is the main statement in this block? In order to export things, we need to produce something. Therefore, export policy starts from industrial policy. Reviewing those two policies separated from each other is not possible unless you produce. You have nothing to export. In terms of made in Ukraine, we have a lot of programs for development of production and investment, and gradually we increase the number of instruments on exports. So we say that we have localization in the public procurement, the national internal market, the program of partial compensation of the cost of technology and equipment, and the programs like agricultural equipment, which have increased 2 times the volume of agricultural machine building and created substantial export potential. Producers in domestic market have reinforced themselves. They learned to produce what is required by big agricultural companies having this experience. They go to European markets where agricultural companies are smaller, and probably they are stronger here than it is required for European markets. The grant for processing 8 million hryvnia, affordable loans 579. Everybody is using industrial parks. Support the projects is substantial investment. If you're interested, please ask your questions. And also the instruments implemented by Export Credit Agency, which is insurance of war-related risk, 1st of January. Ruslan discussed before. Traditional instruments of ECI for the insurance. Also under against pledging working capital insurance against non-return of a payment by foreign counterparty. Briefly, this is what I wanted to discuss. Please use the programs, produce, invest, and export. If you have questions, I can make my comments. As a question about expansion of the codes, is it to you? A question to you? In the ECA, if this is about expanding the codes for grain and so on, this will never happen. If it is about non-commodity export, of course we can review. What about eggs, processing of leather? Leather is a special case. We need to review individually. We found that in the metal products, there are some code of metal products which can be included and which cannot be included. It must be reviewed. As for leather processing, it depends. If this is simply the product of agriculture, probably not. If products of leather, like shoes, of course, yes, and the code of shoes must be there. If not, we can discuss that it could be added. Thank you. We can prepare the letter where we discuss the codes and we justify. I would like to give the floor to Natalia. Thank you for coming from Dnipropetrovsk. Could you please tell us? We saw the wonderful video. And now I would like to hear from you personally about the company, about the stages of growth, even resilience and growth during the full-scale war, and your experience of cooperation with the Export Credit Agency that you have discussed about insurance of foreign economic contracts. Our company is established the year 2000. For more than 20 years, we have been exporting. Speaking of 2025, the number of employees is 500. Before the war, about 1,000. We reduced production. This is related to lack of personnel and also lack of demand. 2025, we reduced the sales on the domestic market, and we had to increase our exports in order to preserve the specialists and preserve the production, because production operates 24/7. And of course, we cannot stop production or suspend it. During the war, some of the key contracts have been stopped. We have stopped cooperation with some of the companies because, according to the contracts, they had to break our cooperation. Therefore, it's possible to increase exports with new clients or existing ones. The majority of exports is Europe, UK, Canada, Chile, Israel. Yet, Everybody wants deferred payments. They're afraid to make the advance payment, which is a common problem I can hear from clients, that their buyers are afraid to make any advance payments. That problem also exists. Some of the new clients look where we are, and we are quite close. One of the arguments is that they cannot cooperate with us because we are on the risk zone. Some of them take the risk by making advance payment, and others want the deferred payment to the extent possible. And we looked for the instrument that we can protect ourselves against the risk, in addition to those that we already have. And in the process of our search, we found ECA. How did you learn of the ECA? Did you involve AI? Because quite many exporters, I don't know how to knock the door of everyone, but there are cases when the clients know nothing about us, they don't know of our capabilities. Sometimes they confuse us with banks. Maybe this is the next bank, just another bank. Therefore, it's interesting. We learned first from the banks. We have been advised by the banks. Yet our attitude was skeptical. Insurance during the war, is it real? After that, we had meetings in our region organized by military administration, dialogue of government and business. Once again, I heard of this program from Mr. Dmitro and Yulia. Then we had more trust because the guarantor was the state, and we decided to try the program. The company was quite careful to analysis of documents and the application form. Do you remember how finally, before signing the contract, we made about at 8 p.m. We have signed everything in the clear way with detailed explanations. What did you dislike? We need to discuss everything. What would you like to improve? Which products of ECA or other instruments of government support you would like to use? What was not resolved?
I agree with my colleagues from the banking sector regarding the reduced percentage. You have Z insurance and your percentage is at its lowest. In terms of insurance, I hear that individual it could be 0.5. Your case is the case. So, I like the idea of lending to European clients that will be purchasing Ukrainian products. So like ACE, but in the different way. But it's not only for Ukrainian exporters, but our goal is to support Ukrainian exporters, to protect you, to provide you with the financing from Ukrainian banks and create a client base among which you will be able to search for outlets, and we as an ACE can recommend and assure you that these are credible partners. That is another important thing. Speaking of the all the stages that we have to go over. The longest process starts from the first dialogue to the signed agreement. So please reach out to us for us to verify your future clients, and we will help you with verification of some fraudsters' activities, because that is our responsibility. Thank you. I would like to ask a question to Alexander Kohan, the deputy head of the Rivne State Regional Administration. I was honored to be present at the meeting in the Rivne last year. I talked to the exporters, to the bankers, and more than 100 million hryvnias provided. Taking into consideration, it's the Rivne region works with ACE in a very active way regarding credit agreements. So you have quite close relationship with local business people. So how did you manage to arrange for this kind of work? Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Vitaly. Yes, we do remember that meeting as well. And, recently we had a meeting with our exporters, and we even recalled that meeting with you. You know, our businesses, they take a big interest in your product, so we would like to invite you to our region again. I would like to show you the presentation. Can we quickly put on the presentation? If no, then we will just talk. I have a different number. It's 250 million hryvnias worth contracts with ACE. If we put on the screen my presentation, we will see the real number. So I will add a few words to what Metro mentioned, because he was right to say, and honestly, I also wanted to say that phrase, before you export something, you have to produce it. And the state-backed support and the support within the Made in Ukraine program encourages businesses to process, to produce, and our businesses receive unprecedented support from the state. I believe that there should be state support, which will be backed by the regional support when we will be taking into consideration the peculiarities of our region, and there should be also local community support. So today we have some gaps in this regard, and I do not have any information regarding municipalities, communities. I believe that next year we will fix this. So we hope that we will strengthen the aspect of local level. You know, abroad I saw that local support is immense, and correspondingly they better understand needs of businesses. So our state is to keep track of the state's direction and support, provide support at the local level. Speaking of the regional level, we are trying to supplement those communities that are provided to the businesses. The business from Rivne managed to secure more than 12 billion hryvnias, and we developed a program at the regional level which allows to bring down the cost of the loans. So this way we allow our businesses to grow. So in terms of processing grants provided by the state up to 8 million hryvnias, at the regional level we have developed a program that allows to reimburse funds from the regional budget to purchase equipment. Today we prioritize processing and Brave One manufacturers, which is arms production. Again, that allows to strengthen the state program, which operates successfully at the national level. I take it that we will not have a presentation, sorry, and I will just proceed without it. The support for the industrial complex, again, we supplement those state programs used by the business. For example, a grant for support for agricultural enterprises, also compensation for agricultural equipment. And at the regional level, we also developed a program which allows to, it is the most expensive one, but it allows to reimburse for the cattle procured, and it allowed us to increase the amount of milk we receive. And, you know, today, those processing enterprises, they operate at 60% capacity. Our task is to increase the number of cattle, the milk production, in order to increase exports. Last year, we managed to increase it by 14% thanks to agricultural entities processing products. Again, another bright example at that very recent meeting with the businesses, you know, the representative of Como approached me, and they were the first in Ukraine to export their products to the Great Britain in Ukraine, and that is an example of support provided by the state, region, and local community to an exporter. We have a set of complex situations related to the European products, milk products, dairy products that enter Ukrainian markets at lower prices. And that is why our dairy products manufacturer struggles. So today we are talking about supports through ACE. The Rivne, the ECA, the Rivne region, we are one of the leaders in Ukraine regarding the cooperation with exporters. Our exporters have entered into 39 agreements worth 255 million hryvnias. I would like to dwell on our key industries like furniture sector. For us, it is a usual thing to support the furniture sector because they are one of the biggest exporters. More than 60% of exports make up for this sector. A large area of our region is covered by the forest, and we aim to support our timber manufacturers, furniture manufacturers, and in some domains, for example, some things are produced in the Rivne, for example, different. Again, we do not just. Sorry, we have to stick to the schedule. I'm checking the time. I just need another 30 minutes. So in recent years, we managed to engage more than 600 million worth investment, and there will be another investment joining our region. We already signed a memorandum of cooperation. We hope that we will succeed, and we will see an increase in the percentage. I have another slide. Thank you very much, Alexander. I am ready to listen to you for ages. So another question, short one for you. How do you calculate the number of the relocated companies to your area, whether you see an increase or a decrease in the relocated enterprises? Definitely an increase, and I know every relocated enterprise. I keep in touch with them. I talked today to the relocated enterprise from the Sumy region. They produce plastic kitchenware, like plates and all that, and their production in Sumy was destroyed. Thank you very much for your answer, Eldar. So the floor is yours. The financial director of the company from the Mykolaiv region and the one that was relocated to the Kyiv region. So could you elaborate on your company's operations and cooperation with ECA? I know that we are short of time, so thank you very much for having me here, for taking interest in this field, because it has a strategic importance. Our company, Delikatny Smak, is a famous frozen foodstuffs producer. We have approximately 100 workers in our production lines. We produce varaniki, pelmeni, khinkali, cabbage rolls. We started our activities in 2007, and before we reached 2020, we were able to produce 90 tons of finished products per day. So we automated our meat workshop, and during the full-scale invasion, our enterprise had to stop its operations because we were located 40 kilometers from the border. That was the area coming under constant attacks. We sustained considerable damage. Our workshops were completely burned down, and we decided to relocate to the Odessa region. Thanks to our partners from the Odessa region, we swiftly managed to install the equipment and managed to produce 45 tons per day. Again, thanks to the outlets that we had previously. We were selling our products in our own stores, and we had 450 of them approximately. But after 2022, many stores and much of our equipment stayed in the Russian-controlled territories. At the same time, we were looking for a more suitable place to get relocated to because we needed communications. In the Odessa region, the area was not big enough, and we found another spot in the Kyiv region in the village of Supovisi. In September 2023, we started putting our effort, money, approximately 150 million were invested to build a new place. So we signed a contract with an OTP bank to take out a 60 million loan. But it was not enough, and in 2025 we signed a second contract with 30 million worth. But again, we had to pay it off in September 2025. In 2024, Vitaly told me about an AC program. And we decided to make use of this program. Thanks to the Alliance Bank and the AC programs, we received another 30 million per year, which allowed us to solve us some financial problems, restore our production capacity. We signed a contract with a distributor which delivers our products to Little Network. We work with Estonia, Moldova. Our team today participates at the international exhibition in Dubai, and I hope that our team will be back with some tangible results and we will be able to boost the exports. Eldar, thank you so much. We keep in touch with you. You see, nothing is happens in this life by accident. If Eldar has not used the restoration grant, 16 million hryvnias worth for production equipment. So the state provides 60 million hryvnias. You just need to co-finance another 20%. So if you want to, please make use of this program. There are already 15 applications adopted, and so Eldar, please take note of that. Do we have the Chernihiv representatives? Yes, I'm here. Hello, dear colleagues. Can you hear me well? We can. Last week, I participated in the dialogue. I do take it that your region is in the frontline area, and it's not that easy for you as for the eastern parts of our country. And how do you build cooperation with your exporters? Which probably individual conditions you need for the frontline areas? Thank you so much. I'm sorry for not being there with you offline. In terms of exporters and special terms, I would like to say a few words about the conditions, circumstances that we work in: constant shelling attacks, damage, destruction, and a third of our territory, was occupied. Some bridges were blown up, and today the Chernihiv region is at a logistical deadlock or stalemate. You know that we had some economic cooperation with the aggressor state, with Belarus, so our exporters have to change their operations completely and work with our Western partners, which requires adjusting to new requirements and it requires some funds for the development of our entities. I'm grateful to the government of Ukraine for the 579 program, which provides considerable assistance to our businesses. For instance, out of 19 billion hryvnias into this program were received, and this assistance from the state is crucial for the businesses from the Chernihiv region. You have rightly mentioned that the life in the frontline areas and far from frontline areas is different. Of course, more complicated logistics, constant attacks. You know that quite a big number of Shahid drones fly through our region and they attack our facilities. And of course, these war-related risks are significant, and it's really hard to attract the foreign investor. And usually, these are the enterprises that stayed, remained in our region, again using the grant programs from the state. Another key barrier that we envision is war-related risks. On the 1st of January, the state mechanism for damage compensation started, and of course, the risks in the frontline areas are considerable, and business entities here, they struggle a lot. I would like to thank the ECA for your support, for joining our dialogue. We talked this mechanism in detail. This is very relevant to our businesses, but at the same time, there are some nuances when such mechanisms do not always function in the proper way in such regions as the Chernihiv region. That is what our businesses pay attention to. One of the nuances is insurance of buildings, facilities, and no insurance for equipment, specialized equipment needed to produce the products, and correspondingly such equipments, they are very expensive, and this is the first thing they want to ensure. Then the reduced number of compensations, for example, provided within Yerobota or loans 579. In our view, these mechanisms for ensuring the war-related risks should be differentiated. Another point is a preliminary assessment of the property of assets, which requires additional expenses from our and you know we have to assess it after the outcome. Speaking of the prospects, I would like to go back to the fact that our businesses need more predictability in the decisions made by our state government. Again, that is related to the 579 loans, and you see the expiration date is 2027, and roughly speaking, it is very close in time. So we would like to prolong this terms, taking into consideration the specifics of the regions bordering with the aggressor state. And of course, they announced the energy resilience support programs are very important for our businesses, as of course switch into alternative power sources makes products more expensive, which puts the exports on hold. Konstantin, thank you for your remarks. The only thing I would like to clarify is about insuring equipment. Are these the insurance companies that refuse to insure equipment? Hello, Konstantin. Yes, indeed. There is no equipment. We have the preliminary assessment, and the Ministry of Economy is preparing changes to that regulation. And what is important for the bridge region is that there is no damages paid in case of guided bombs attacks, and we will add it as well to the new regulation. Thank you very much for your participation. I would like to thank you personally, wish you resilience. There is Olena from the Chernihiv region. Probably you know who I mean. It's the color company, and she told me a story that I will remember for my life, for the end of my life. The history of relocation. When the war started, they relocated to another region of Ukraine, and you know why they came back? Because the workers of the company, they returned home, and the business owner decided to return their business back to the Chernihiv region. So we are holding up. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Alexander, the head for the industrial park development in Bila Tserkva. We've already met with Alexander, and for me, industrial park is a business hub which gives a roof over the head, infrastructure, and all the opportunities for growth and development. So, Alexander, could you tell us more about what industrial park in Bila Tserkva is, what plans and goals you have for the near future? Hello, everyone. I will be very brief. Thank you for having me here. Alexander has already mentioned that we know Alexei from Sumy. Their plant was attacked twice, and they were providing their cups to the Oktoberfest. Just for you to understand the scale, and when we agreed on their relocation to the Kiev region, they sustained another attack in Kiev. So we are here to understand what we need to do for businesses in Ukraine, not to close down and not to relocate abroad. So we provided this business owner with methodological support, and due to the second strike, they decided to relocate to the Rivne region. So the tools that they utilized were the program 579 grant for the restoration, and they used also the assistance from the local authorities. And all of this could be done on the basis of industrial parks. For big businesses, there are other programs, of course, and as for the logistical stalemate, we will be implementing the next project in the Mykolaiv region in 2 months, there will be another industrial park focused not only on Ukrainian manufacturers. We consider an opportunity to attract the foreign companies to produce their products in Ukraine and then sell them beyond Ukrainian borders. You know, we can see a very active trend of globalization. For example, Chinese producers will not be transporting or shipping their products from China to Europe. They will be producing in Europe. So we are fighting for such producers, and it's important to have state-backed support programs. And here we are competing. We have four foreign investors during the wartime, four foreign companies. Two of them entered Ukraine for the first time. So, you know, we compete with those countries that are very close to Europe. So, in our industrial park in the Kyiv region, all these three programs are workable. We received funds and we have a tax exemption.
In the region where we plan new industrial parks, we can see the opportunity of using every level of support. Therefore, the example is good from Oleksiy. Please extend my sincere greetings. Probably he remembers, and we are open for consultations. And accordingly, we in this as industrial park are the instrument to implement Made in Ukraine program for SME. We ensure war-related risks for assets, and our residents ensure the same for equipment with private companies. However, this is way too expensive. However, therefore, it's desirable that ECA has also a program not only for investment insurance but also asset insurance. Our tariff for reinsurance from Lloyd's is 7%. And the coverage is a few dozens of millions of dollars just in one industrial park. Therefore, we like this instrument like our residents. Thank you for highlighting this product, because this year we really would like to revise it. And we shall come to you for questions and consultations to collect your wishes. As you have experience, this is pretty cool. We have now zero time, and yet we have the willingness to continue. Are there any questions from the room to the participants of this panel? Maybe there are any questions among the participants. I would like to thank everyone for participation. And shall we move forward together? We stay strong. Dear participants, a little bit of your attention. Finally, we would like to note our partners. As today we say that the world is changing and the Export Credit Agency is also changing. It transforms and digitizes. Today we have decided to refuse from traditional diplomas that we issue, and we distinguish our partners whom we became the community with, which works together to support Ukrainian exporters. We decided to give to our partners the digital badges so they can later use on social networks and communications, and whenever they are willing to do so. Now I request Kristina Padalka, a member of the management board of ECA, to declare those awards. Later on we shall send it around by mail. The technical team, could you please put badge by badge, one by one on the screen? I would like to thank the colleagues for this opportunity to congratulate our partners. Trade and Export Promotion Partner, to the Chamber of Trade and Commerce of Ukraine for development of business contacts of Ukrainian companies on the international markets, a contentful dialogue between the business and the state, as well as for our active joint work during the entire year. The same award is issued to the Federation of the Employers of Ukraine for continuous support, consistent support of the legislative initiatives, promotion of ideas of export insurance on their sites and events, and for active cooperation with community of exporters. EBA will issue the award as business ecosystem partner for joint formation of the environment where experts becomes part of the strategy of company development. Kukia company, as a strategic partner, will issue the award for the technical assistance provided in development of ECA products, and also transferring practical experience of the activity of the ECA of European Union country, and for the support in establishing international cooperation. The award Export Policy Partner is issued to the Economic Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine for systemic work on formation of the legislative basis for development of exports and promotion of the policy of support of Ukrainian exports. Also, the same award is issued to the Association of Ukrainian Banks for creation of institutional platform for advocacy of change in the field of export financing and unification of banking sector around the ideas of development of insurance and crediting of exporters. Rivne Oblast State Administration, we issue the award as Regional Export Development Partner for close and systemic cooperation with ECA for the entire year, for active cooperation with exporters of the region, a joint organization of events which turn state instruments of support of exports into practical solutions for business. Now I invite to the stage my colleague, member of the management board of ECA, Mr. Kislenko, in order to issue awards to our partners in the banking sector. Thank you, Christina. From the part of ECA, following the outcomes of 2025, I would like to distinguish 4 banks. First, the Credit West Bank. This is a small bank with foreign capital. However, by portfolio insurance of export loans, this bank has the first place. I would like to thank the colleagues and this bank for trust to the ECA. And this is the example how the bank with small credit limits, depending on their amount of equity, could be on leadership position on one segment. Also, chairman of the board, Mr. Tikhonov, has birthday today of this bank. Therefore, it's a symbolic message and gift. And I hope that all other banks, of which there are 62, will begin cooperation, those who did not cooperate before. And the next bank, Ощад Bank of Ukraine, I would like to thank them as one of the largest partners on portfolio financing and individual loans. We can see a great potential. You have heard Mr. Vicek, director of the department, that they are quite loyal to us. Therefore, we would like to greet Ощад Bank as our continuous partner, serial partner, which was brave enough to join us for project financing last year, and we have a lot of reserve to improve our joint portfolios that we are ready to insure. The next bank, also very important bank, also the leader, also is working and cooperating very actively on the portfolio insurance of export loans and also individual loans. And also you heard the messages from Tatiana Parchevska that the bank is ready to implement investment loans, to combine imports of equipment on which they will manufacture export products with value added for the clients during the war. Therefore, we are grateful to UGB from ECA for the trust and we hope we can improve our results this year compared to results of past year. And the next bank is the bank with foreign capital, Raiffeisen Bank. I would like to thank, on behalf of Export Credit Agency and our team, for the trust, because while we have worked on the individual loans, those have been the large loans, and those are high-quality clients, those are the brands who disseminate what was discussed by Katerina from Cookie, that Ukrainian suppliers or buyers, if they buy the Polish goods, are reliable. Also, we would like to thank for quality clients and quality products, and we hope that we continue this trend. Therefore, I would like to thank Raiffeisen Bank. I would like to thank everyone who joined our forum. Indeed, we would like to thank you after the forum. All these digital partner badges will be circulated by mail, so that you can use it in the format convenient to you. It's a small thing with a big sense. Together with you, we are part of the ecosystem of support of Ukrainian exports, and we are sincerely grateful for cooperation this year. And we are looking forward to see you on Export Credit Forum 2027.